Ringo TV Reactions, back at you again with another one. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe. Let's get to work.
For all the fathers, we need you. Trust me, we would much rather rest in our feminine energy than to have to step up and use our masculine energy to raise these kids on our own.
Young nigga about that paper. 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 Yeah. True man, I'm free. I wake up a new episode. I pop out clean as can be up a level though. She talk to me like I'm not me. I get it though. Yeah. I'm so eclectic, on me to the credits roll. Talk down to me, they might have to send medical. I'm out the league, I'm OD, they pathetic though. Look how I move, I'm protected. Shawty so swoon in my presence. The world going through it outside, they unruly, but I keep it cool, they can't press me. I keep it pure with intention. They see what I'm on, ain't no vixen. I might like do it that top down. I keep it tuned with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid, I don't see a thing. Young nigga about that paper. 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 Hop on that jet, had to switch to the coast. One of a kind, I've been playing that role. They pay me, I needed it for. It's real if I said I meant what I spoke. I'm legend, it's written, I shake up the city. Spin block till I'm dizzy, won't ever go broke. I'm chose, I must like do it at top down. I keep in tune with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid, I don't see a thing. Young nigga about that paper. 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 Put it on me, I'm blessed. Big bag, but I feel the sky, no stress. Can't ground me, I know this since when I had less. Look at how far we progress. Lord, I don't see a threat.
For all the fathers, we need you. Trust me, we would much rather rest in our feminine energy than to have to step up and use our masculine energy to raise these kids on our own. But what we need for you guys to do is to heal. Don't allow the past, not even of just this life or your former self, but our ancestors that we're still healing from, the things that they've been through. Let's break these generational curses, my brothers, kings, gods, because it starts with you. You're the foundation of every household. And that's all I pray and I wish, that you can recognize that atonement in that holy instant to where you realize that love is all there is. That fear is just an illusion. Fear stands for false evidence appearing real. And once you all realize that, your Father's Day will be every day. You will have women that will serve you and kids that will love and adore and respect you. Find it within and heal, kings. Please, we need you.
Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen, Ringo TV Reactions. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear and everything is good. We broadcast a premiere just recently, and I shared my commentary about this particular clip, and pretty much what I'm doing is a live version of me actually talking about the issue as well. I mean, where do you begin? Where do you begin on a situation like this? We're going to be having a lot of these type of discussions about relationships, and I'm going to be doing it in this format. In other words, I'm going to do a pre-recorded where I share my commentary about a situation and release that to the public. And then I'll go live where I'm on camera. That way I can interact with you in a more, transparent, interactive way where you can pretty much see me. So we're going to go back to the tapes. We're going to listen to this again. I'm going to share my thoughts about this. We're going to talk about life issues. I'm going to try my best to make sense of where we are in society right now. We're in a real rough spot in this life. And I think that a lot of us, we're in a prison. And I don't think many of us have figured it out yet. Hopefully, I can give you some sort of insight on where you are, if you're a male, female, and if you pay attention long enough, you might learn something, because the world in which we live in right now, the majority of us are in a prison. And you don't think you're in a prison, but you're in a prison. You're in a cell. We're under control. You can have a job. You can go to work, but you're still in prison. You can go outside, but you're still in a prison cell. You don't think you are because you went on a vacation, but you're still in a prison. We have to understand what purpose means. And I don't think that a lot of us really understand the magnitude of the problem when it comes to purpose between a male and a female. I've talked about hundreds of topics. I have over 2,000 videos on this platform. 2,000. Which means I covered a lot of topics, and I don't think people are really taking life as serious. A lot of times we want to be entertained, and there's a time for entertainment. There's a time for, some drama here and there. But I think that's part of the reasons why we're in this prison that we're in, is because we're so consumed with entertainment that we're not really focusing on the reality of where we are, and that the fact that we're literally dying. We're literally in a prison cell, dying, growing old, never actually experiencing life, never actually living life. We're just existing in a world where we pay bills, we work, we pay bills, we work, we pay bills, we work, we pay bills. And while we're doing all of this, the people that are in the elite class, the people that are up there at the top, they're living a lifestyle that is so far beyond this world. We can only imagine. We're literally so far on the bottom, we haven't even scratched the surface of what living life really means. Because we've been conditioned to think a certain way, and it's been going on for generations and generations. And one of the sentences that we have right now in today's time is that we're literally in captivity. And we think because we have a job, drive a car, that we're free. And we're not. We're literally in a prison. And the Most High has been calling his people to repentance, and we won't repent. We rebel against the Most High. We don't care. And it's to the point now where it's like we're having these children, and then they're being raised in a world where we haven't given them the tools. We haven't established anything for them. So now they're coming up in the game, having no values, no morals, no ethics. And then they repeat the process. And it gets worse and worse and worse. There got to come a time as a man and woman that you see life for what it is. We have to come to the point where we recognize that there is a major problem when it comes to relationships. And we're being entertained so much that all of us are suffering. But we act like it's only that person. No, it's everyone. Everyone is in the same situation. But we figure we're not because we're under strong delusion of entertainment, materials, success, and we're blinded. Even people that got millions of dollars are going through the same thing. So it doesn't matter how much money you got. It doesn't matter what college degrees you have. You're still going to be going through these problems. The powers that be, I personally believe, have orchestrated this plan, this plot to keep us divided. And it's working. But the plan and the plot is more sinister than you think. It's not just about keeping us separated. It's to keep us from growing. It's to the point where all the other nations are growing economically. They're owning land, businesses, but we're the ones that's working for them. Are you trying to get it now? They own all the stores. They supply all the products. Everything we buy. It's coming from the other nations. But usins, we just don't get it yet. We're being entertained and we're not paying attention. I'm going to say that again because a lot of you, again, because of the spirit of entertainment, you're just not listening. So I'm going to say that again. The powers that be have orchestrated a plot and a plan to keep us at the bottom forever, to keep us working forever, to keep us on the plantation. But being that we're in 2024 and we have jobs, we're able to buy cars, get a house, we have been conditioned that we're free, when really we're not. We're at the bottom of the totem pole. And the reason why we are is because we have no family. Many of you that are viewing this broadcast right now, you don't really have much family. You're pretty much on your own. I mean, you got cousins and relatives, but you don't really talk to them. Am I talking about you? Or you? Your family have slowly drifted away. Back in the day, y'all were cool, everything was right, but today, it's a different story. Well, all of that happened by design. That was a part of the plan. So because of this, we're not growing. I mean, think about this. If your own family either betrayed you, stopped talking to you, or everybody just became adults and moved on in their own separate ways, how much more is it when it comes to dating and relationships? It's even worse. So the plot and the plan is to keep us separated, to keep us divided, so that we can no longer build any sort of foundation for our generations to come. We're not multiplying. We're not bringing forth life from productive families, men and women that have joined together to build. We're not even doing that no more. All of the babies that are being born in today's day are being born out of wedlock. Illegitimate children, not born under the confines of a marriage. These children are not being born out of love, out of respect, out of purpose between a man and a woman who comes together and says, you know what? I want to have a child with you for purpose. That's not happening. These babies are coming into the world by way of one-night stands, fooling around. And this is why a lot of these children that are born have emotional issues, because they weren't born out of love. They were born out of lust. They were born out of sin. And this is what we're doing. And this is all by design. The people that are at the top, they know exactly what's happening. They know what they're doing. And this is why we work for them. This is why you go to your job. And when you go to your job, it's not owned by you. You work for them. And they want you to stay there. And you've been conditioned to stay there. Because after all, everyone has to work, right? Do we? Do we? Or have we been institutionalized in a system where we became comfortable being where we are? See, I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable where I am. Some people will look at me and think, you got it great. I'm just like you. Go through the same issues, just like you. See, a lot of times people, they look at the outward exterior of a person and you think they got it perfectly straight. It don't work like that. You never know what anybody is going through. You never know. There's a lot of people that got money. They're going through a lot of problems. You got women that appear beautiful, but they're insecure. They're not happy. Not happy with life at all. Got a lot of guys that you would think is at the top of their peak, but they're dealing with other issues that you don't know about. Society has made it easy for us to hide behind materials, to hide behind an illusion of success, but it's really not success. See, you have to go to work to provide for yourself, but do you have to always do that? No. When it comes to relationships, why can't there be marriages where a man and a woman is building? And instead, what we have is this dating thing that is extremely dysfunctional because neither party is trying to have any sort of union together to build purpose. A lot of times when women come into relationships, they figure, well, I owned the man and they want to control him. Now, a lot of you ladies, you're not going to like the things that I say, but I told you 1,000 times that when it comes to a man and relationships, men are not monogamous. I've told you this 1,000 times. You just don't get it. You don't want to hear. And it seems like every time you get into a relationship, you're always saying, he cheated on me. And I keep telling you, men are not monogamous, ladies. They're not. You got to come to the grips, excuse me. You got to come to the grips of understanding that society have lied to you when it comes to relationships. For some reason, they gave us this thing called dating, relationships, and when you get with people, you think you own them. When you don't even know them, you got to get to know people to understand where you're going. Why are you with this person? Why are you even joining together? For what purpose? Why do that guy like you? Why is that woman interested in you? Are you just hooking up to sleep with each other? What exactly is the goal? Are y'all really concerned about one another? Is he trying to really build with you? Is she trying to build with you? Is she trying to submit to you? We're distracted by everything in life. A lot of you ladies, you go through relationship after relationship after relationship, and it's now to the point where you have grown bitter. And when I speak these things, ladies, you got to understand something about me. I'm speaking from the heart. Don't be in your emotions when you're listening to my content. Don't compare me to other men that did you dirty. I'm speaking from the heart because this is real. And you have to be honest with yourself. Because of all the relationships you've been in, you have grown bitter. Some of you ladies are single right now, and you're scared to get into a relationship with a man. You're fearful because in your mind, you're like, what's the point? He's going to cheat on me, so I would rather grow old and die. But what you do is, for some of you, not all, but some of you, every now and then, you get yourself a boo who comes in and give you a little tickling, if you know what I mean. And then you go back through the emotions because now you told yourself you're just going to be single, but you had this urge for a man because after all, you're human, you have desires. But now you're traumatized all over again because the very thing that you accuse men of, you're doing it. You say that men cheat on you, but even in your status of single, you find yourself dating men for sex. Not for marriage, because again, your greatest fear is he's going to cheat on me. So I don't want to get married. I don't want a relationship. But you date men for the purpose of getting in bed. So you're very much doing what you told yourself you would never do. And because of this, you created a monster. And now you find it difficult to bond with a man when you truly see a guy that you're interested in. You don't even know what to do anymore. Have you ever been in a situation where you're trying to accomplish something and you really don't know what to do? It's like you're trying to accomplish something in life. You know what you need to do, but you have no knowledge of how to do it. And you grow frustrated because it's like, you know you could do better. You know you could do this. You know you could do that, but you don't have the knowledge of what to do. That's how it be in relationships where you could see a potential guy that you want to talk to, but because of the hurt and the pains from the past, it's like you don't know what to do and you just get frustrated. You know what you have, but you're fearful of what may happen. So now the fear of that relationship literally keeps you single forever. And that's all by design too. The powers that be want you to be that way. The powers that be want you brothers to be like, I'm never marrying a woman. I'm never doing this. I'm just going to stay single. Congratulations. You're doing exactly what they want. It's all by design. Population control. This is what I mean, how we're actually in slavery right now. I can have nice clothing. I can have what appears to be a nice studio. None of that stuff mean nothing. Not to me. because I understand that this life is more important than this. Maybe you have not grown to a point where you understand these things. But for me personally, materials mean nothing to me. I got beautiful clothing, very nice material things. None of that stuff means nothing to me. I'm not impressed with it. Has no value. And I realize that there's a lot of people that got a lot of materials and they're not happy. Material things don't make you happy. What makes you happy is actually fulfillment in purpose and understanding life. There's a lot of things that I have that I want to do and want to accomplish, and I haven't reached it yet. Therefore, I'm not fulfilled, if that makes sense. So you may find yourself in that same boat where there's things that you desire and things that you want. On the surface level, people think you got it all. But in your heart of hearts, you're not even happy. If I was to ask you, are you happy? And you say yes, that's a lie, because you're not. And the reason being is because we have been taught and trained to act as if though we got it all together, when really we don't. We're just living a lie to impress other people that don't even care about us. So when it comes to this topic, I wanted to go live because if you notice, we've been speaking now for 26 minutes. Look at all of the things that I just finished talking about. It probably affected everybody that's viewing. I probably touched a lot of you in your mind to make you see things in a different way that is not in my previous video that I did. This is why I'm going to use this format of doing content where I pre-record a video, upload it, share my commentary, but then go live where you can see me. Because by me doing it this way, I feel like I'm talking to you personally by looking in the camera lens. It makes me feel like there's an audience standing right before me. See, when I do my content, I see myself as on a stage, and as I'm talking and I'm looking in the lens, there's thousands of people in attendance. So as I speak, when I say certain things, it's not to offend certain women. I'm frustrated with the issues of life that we're all dealing with. And it seems as if though we're going around in circles and we're never fulfilling anything. And we're literally growing old and dying. And the worst thing is to die, no one there to love you, you have no offspring, haven't created nothing, but everybody else in life is successful and they're building. And instead we're just working for these companies, paying bill after bill, and we're never really generating real wealth. We're just kind of living from paycheck to paycheck. And look, I already been there. I already know what that's like. So that's not a knock on anybody that's living from paycheck to paycheck, but it's a reality. People are living this way. And they shouldn't have to be living this way. And the reason why we're living this way is, again, population control. They're controlling us, even though we think we're free. All your decisions and everything that you're making in this day, someone else is making you make those decisions. You're being controlled. Our relationships are being controlled. Dating is being controlled. What you can or can't buy is being controlled by someone. Where you live is being controlled by someone. All of those things can change if we actually came together. We can actually have peace. But the foundation of everything that we need to accomplish starts with relationships. This is why the attack has always been on the black man and the black woman. And I'm tired of it. I am tired of us not going nowhere. I am tired of us always having to go to massa to beg for crumbs. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of seeing our people on the bottom, struggling, trying to get by. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of us being subjected to their rulership over us when we're supposed to be free to live and live out our days in peace. Some of you are depressed. Some of you are stressed because of the issues you face daily. And you have no one to talk to. You have no one to talk to. You smile. People ask you how you're doing. I'm good. But really, you're not. You're not. And we don't want you to be that way. See, unlike other platforms that give you fake commentary, gassing you up, when you come here, you're hearing a sincere message. If you cannot feel my heart and my energy, then there's no God in you. Because what I'm speaking here is real. So as we review this tape, we're going to share commentary to break it down. We're going to talk about various issues in life. Because like I said, ladies and gentlemen, they want us to stay on the bottom and they don't want us to have no relationships. They don't want us to experience the greater life that is out there for us. All of us are supposed to be experiencing the greater life, but we're not. We're at the bottom trying to survive. And it's not supposed to be that way. It shouldn't have to be that way. So it got to come a point in life where you start to take things serious and you start to say, look, enough is enough. I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be there. You're not supposed to be. Sometimes where you live can keep you stagnant. For example, with myself, if I can share with you, I'm getting out of New York because New York is a cancer. For me, it's holding me back. Maybe the state you're in may be holding you back. Maybe the job you work for is holding you back. It's keeping you from making progress. Me personally, I wouldn't recommend no one live in New York. I believe this is the worst state in the United States. And I live here. It's something about New York, and I shared this with the guys, the brothers in the truth behind the scenes. It's something about New York that is satanic. The energy is off. It feels as if though when you walk outside, you're on the yard. If that makes any sense. It's almost like you're in a prison. And when you walk outside, you could be going food shopping, you could be going to the store. It feels like you're on the yard in the penitentiary. You feel like you don't belong there, but you're there. You could see that people are walking around like zombies. You could tell that everyone is in captivity, but don't even know. They're all under mind control. And when I see this, it frustrates me. So when I do my content, a lot of times I'm using my own content as therapy for myself while coping in these concrete jungles in New York City. You may be faced with issues in your city. And this is why when I speak, I'm trying to be as transparent as possible because I'm not fake. I'm real. Just like you have issues, I got issues. Just like you may have certain dilemmas, I can have them too. Do you understand that? Because we live in the same world. But each of us live in a separate world in a world. Just like my song, In a World. You can have an issue at your job that is really bothering you, but you need the job to survive. So it puts you in a place where you're frustrated because you're dealing with a relationship issue and it's affecting your performance in the workplace. So not only do you have issues on your job, but the relationship you're in is toxic because it's not really going nowhere. And a lot of people are in these relationships that are not going nowhere. You're meeting people that are not going nowhere. Do you understand me? You're getting involved with people. This is why when it comes to women, I don't just deal with women, bruh. Like, I just don't do that. If a woman is not about purpose, I don't want to have nothing to do with her. It's a waste of my time because I already know what's going to happen. You're going to sleep with her. You're going to do whatever you got to do, and then it's over. I don't got time for that. Now, some of you guys, you don't mind doing that. You don't mind getting with different sisters, sleep with them, and keep it moving. I'm cut from a different cloth. I don't have that type of time and energy to waste. If a woman is not about purpose, I don't need her. I'm not interested. That is how you have to be as a man in this day, because you're going to be wasting valuable time. A woman got to be willing to submit to you. She have to have the mindset of saying, look, enough is enough. I'm here to serve. I'm here to be that helpmate that you need. But in today's culture, it's difficult for you guys to find that. Unfortunately, they don't come to us with that type of mindset. They come to us with the mindset of, I'm independent. I don't need you. I can do bad by myself. And if this is how they feel, how are we to build? How are we to build if we get with a woman in whom we're trying to love, provide for, take care of, if in her mindset, she only see us as an ATM? I don't know about you, but as a man, I wouldn't want to be around a woman that see me as an ATM. That's a turnoff. I wouldn't want to be around that. I would rather just be by myself than to be with a woman that she don't see no value other than me being an ATM for her, or to take her to some dinner date. A lot of times when we make these videos, women get upset and they don't realize that it's really rough out here. You got a lot of guys that are dealing with a lot. It's bad enough we're not even respected in society as men, but to have our own women look down on us, constantly trying to figure out ways to scam us, to scheme on us, to take from us when we're literally out here trying to survive. It's very frustrating. When you look on social media, you got countless female influencers teaching our women to be rebellious, to be gold diggers, to take advantage of men, to do whatever you can to get the bag. It's really bad. It's really tough. And this is why a lot of guys are saying to themselves, I'm done. I'm never going to take a woman serious in terms of marriage. Never would let a woman live with me. And we're falling into the very trap that the powers that be want us to be in. They want us to be this way. They want us to be this way. They want us to be separated. They want us to be striving to make it in life by ourselves. It was never meant to be that way. And this is why I always use Pastor Dow as an example, not only because he's a man of the Most High, but because he tapped into something that we are not doing. And that is, we have not built a community. Pastor Dow is a blueprint of that very life that we are lacking. And it's because we're trying to establish ourselves by ourselves. And then when we finally build something, we become selfish. Y'all remember the cartoons from back in the days? Mine, 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 go, 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 mine, mine, mine. You remember that? That's because he's selfish. Like, if, for example, if you're a woman and you worked your ASS off all your life, finally bought yourself your first house, closed, you got the key, you moved in, celebration time. Congratulations, sister, you finally made it. But see, even though you accomplished something great, it also did something to you. Now, it's not a knock on the fact that you were able to get your house. That's a good thing. What I'm trying to show you is that It'll put you in a place of now, if you were to meet a man, it's going to go downhill from there. Because in your mind, I accomplished this. I got my house. I don't need a man. I don't need you. So now if that guy lives in an apartment and you live in a house, that relationship is going to go south. Because in your mind, hypergamy is going to kick in and you're going to be looking at this brother like, you got an apartment, but me, I got a house and I own it. Even though you might still be paying for it, but you're still a homeowner. But you're going to look down on the brother naturally. We see it happen every day. You're going to look down on the brother because he have not accomplished what you've done. But what you don't understand is he's in the rat race just like you. He's trying to accomplish something by himself just like you. Maybe you had more opportunities. Maybe you had a better outcome in life. Whereas he came from a rough situation, possibly a situation that you would have never been able to go through. But he literally walked through that fire by himself. And he may be behind on life. We're all behind on life. Trust me. The majority of us are not even living. We're not. We're existing. We're surviving. Literally. Day by day, we're surviving, trying to get to the promised land. But we're trying to get there by ourselves. So what this does for a woman, once she establishes herself, she become egotistical, conceited, high-minded, heady, cantankerous. And she figures she's better than you. So now she becomes selfish. She don't want to share. And she come to you with this mindset of, what could you do for me? Type attitude. She don't come to you with the spirit of being a helpmate to serve you. She's like, serve what? I'm not serving you. You don't even got what I got. So now she base you as a man, not on your character, not on your morals and ethics. She based it on material. So as a man, when you look at this woman in whom you like, and you're like, wow, sister, like, it wasn't even like that with me. I'm really just trying to get to know you. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful lady, got yourself together. I'm trying to really get to know you so we can move to the next level, perhaps build together. She don't want to hear that because she's like, look, I already done built. I got me a house. What do you got? So now I put that man in a frustrating situation where he's like, I can't even talk to her because she don't respect me. And once a man feel like he's not respected, relationship is pretty much over. Once a guy sense that a woman is disrespecting him, he's out. And this is why I've made the talking point of you define a woman's love for you based on respect. You might see a lot of people on social media using my talking points. I'm the one who originated that. I'm the one who said, if a woman don't respect you, she don't love you. It's all based on respect. So if she respects you, it doesn't really matter where you work. She respects you. It doesn't matter if she's making more money than you. By the pure fact that she respects you, she see the potential of where you can go. In today's culture, women don't see potential anymore. A woman will look at you brothers and figure, oh, you work at Home Depot stocking boxes. You ain't nothing. You don't even know what that brother got going on behind the scenes. You don't even know his plans and his goals. But you'll judge him based on monetary finances, not realizing that y'all can get the bag together. Y'all can create something together. If we were to come together as a people and really focus on building real family structure, generational wealth, it can happen overnight. But we'll never know because we never join. And this is why the other nations are able to rise above us. and live an extraordinary life while we're literally struggling, trying to figure out what to do. It's because no one in our family tree has ever broken the generational curses in terms of poverty, in terms of creating family, having marriages, joining together, and really building. We just never had that. So we're all out here at square zero trying to build. I mean, think about the frustration when it comes to dating and relationships. It's 2024. Why are adults still going through this? It's because year after year, we repeat the same things our parents repeated. It's like we're doing the same thing they've done. And again, to the viewing audience, I mean, no offense. Don't take this the wrong way. But, you know, your mothers, grandmothers, my mom, God rest her soul, she did the same thing just like all these other women. You understand what I'm saying? How many of your mothers out there had kids by different men? Your grandmother, kids out of wedlock by different men, or maybe she was married, but then got a divorce or left or separated, had kids with 2 other different guys. You see what I mean? So this is nothing new. This is a generational curse that's been going on for generations. And the greatest goal of the enemy is to keep us divided. This is a very sick, toxic dilemma. And I can see it clear as day. That's why me personally, I'm not happy with the way things are with our people. I'm just not happy with the way we're moving. It's not going nowhere. We're going backwards. We're not economically growing as a nation of people. We're diminishing. And it's all by design. Do you know what generational wealth is? Generational wealth. How many of you have $100,000 already in your account saved? How many of you have $500,000 in your account saved? That's nothing. Generational wealth is to the point where you're not even thinking about money. Money is not even a thing to think about because you got it. And you got so much, your generations and your children's are all taken care of. When are we going to build that? You cannot build that at a 9-to-5. Did you just hear me? You cannot build generational wealth at a 9-to-5. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The only way that can be done is when we follow the principles that the Most High gave us in the Bible. That's the only way. Because you have to think about it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Again, to the viewers, I've already worked on the 9-to-5. You already done know my story. I already done been on the hustle. I know what it is. I know what it's like. Trust me. So, why I say you can't build generational wealth on a 9-to-5 is because of this one simple thing. When you go to your job, they only pay you enough to get to next week. You go there for 8 hours, they only pay you to get to next week. Think about it. Don't get mad. Think about it. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to save you. When you go to your job and you get paid bi-weekly, Some of you might make probably $3,500 a month, $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month. Okay. You got to pay that rent. Got to pay that mortgage. So if you get paid bi-weekly, one of your paychecks goes right towards all your mortgage, all of your rent. One paycheck. Sometimes two of your paychecks got to go towards your rent. And then you're left with just a few dollars. How do you build a savings? How do you build a savings? How do you put your kids through college? How do you buy furniture? You can't. So you got to go into debt with a credit card. Do you see how it's all by design? They're doing this to us by design. Now, again, that's not a knock on anybody on the 9-to-5 grind. I respect anybody that's on the 9-to-5 grind. I always salute them. My point is, I'm trying to show you the diabolical plan that's set to keep us at the bottom. Do you think people of the other nations go through this? They got all different types of streams of income coming in from everywhere. But with us, the only thing we know to do is get a job. And then when that job get rid of you, you lose everything. How many of you ever lost a job and you felt like it was the end of the world? It actually was the end of the world. That's right. Because that's all you had. And what I'm trying to show you is the same way that can happen in your job department is the same thing in a relationship department. We have lost so many relationships the same way, just like a job. And when that relationship ended, your world ended. This is why a lot of women grow frustrated, because when a relationship ends, they lose everything. And it's difficult to go back in the relationship world and apply for a new relationship. Because you don't want to go through the same thing. Same thing with a lot of guys. A lot of guys been in relationships and they really loved a particular woman. She did them dirty. Relationship ended. So now that brother is like, look, I don't know if I could do that again, man. I'm just going to chill. Do my own thing. We're going to talk more. Let me roll the tape. If you're enjoying the stream, put a 1 in the chat. Let's roll the tape, hear what she got to say, and break this thing down again. So let's go.
For all the fathers, we need you. Trust me, we would much rather rest in our feminine energy than to have to step up and use our masculine energy to raise these kids on our own. But what we need for you guys to do is to heal. Don't allow the past, not even of just this life or your former self, but our ancestors that we're still healing from, the things that they've been through. Let's break these generational curses, my brothers, kings, gods. Because it starts with you. You're the foundation of every household. And that's all I pray and I wish, that you can recognize that atonement in that holy instant, to where you realize that love is all there is. That fear is just an illusion. Fear stands for false evidence appearing real. And once you all realize that, your Father's Day will be every day. You will have women that will serve you and kids that will love and adore and respect you. Find it within and heal, kings. Please, we need you.
See, again, The last video that I just did, make sure you check that one out too, because I shared a lot of commentary in that, which is totally different from this one. Everything she said sounds enticing, but it's called flattery. And it's something I don't like. I don't like that type of flattery because I know it's not real. And no, she's not married. She's not married at all. And the video is not really about her. When I'm doing my commentary, it's about the mindset that people have in this society. The mindset. She's telling us brothers that we need to heal. We need to do this. We need to do that. But you don't hear anything that she needs to do. And in my last video, I talked about the fact that women do not submit to men at all. And when we're in a situation where women don't submit, it causes us to never come together. You know? And we're being held back, ladies and gentlemen. We're being held back from relationships, real love, companionship. We're literally being tormented and we don't even know. And we can't see who's pulling the strings. But they're there. And they don't want you to ever have anything. That's where we are in this life. Just like on the 9 to 5, you only get paid enough to get to the next month. That's it. You lose that job, you lose everything. Ain't that crazy? Why? Because you've been taught to only have a job. Think about this. You haven't been taught to start a business. You haven't been taught what it takes to start a business or to be a producer, to have several streams of income. We were never taught this growing up. So our people, the only thing we know to do, and again, this is not a knock on anybody on the 9 to 5 grind. This is reality. The people at the top know what I'm talking about. If you don't know how to do anything else, if you don't know how to be a producer, an engineer, an inventor, if you don't know how to do nothing, your last resort is just to work for somebody. Think about how that is, man. That's a reality check. Because to wake up to the reality of that and really think about it, it makes sense. Like really, damn. You making sense, bro. It's like, if you don't really know how to do anything, your last resort is, I got to work for somebody. But now it depends on what kind of job, because some jobs pay pretty well. Some jobs don't. Some jobs become careers. Some jobs is a prison sentence. And you know what kind of jobs I'm talking about. I'm talking about the kind that just don't last, or the kind that is just not paying you. Especially when you're a grown man and you grow older, you're requiring more money. And if a job is not paying you where you need to be, that's bondage. It's one thing if you're a teenager and you got a job, you're making a few dollars on a 9 to 5, and their wages are not really all that. As a teenager, you don't have no real responsibilities. But it's like when you become a man and an adult and you got family and other responsibilities, it becomes serious. It's not a game. It's not no, oh, I'm good. Or, well, you just got to know how to budget your money. No, you need to make more. It's not about budgeting. See, these are all the things that they use to keep us in bondage. What do we tell people when they make a certain amount of money? Oh, you need to budget. You need to live within your means. Have you ever heard of that? That's training on how to stay broke and poor. That's them literally indoctrinating you into, don't think higher. Stay there at the bottom. Don't you dare think better than yourself than you ought to. Live within your means. Struggle. They teach us this. So we grow up figuring this is normal. And it moves with us in our relationships. It moves with us everywhere. Because if you really think about it, everything we know about finances, we learn from our family. So if you find yourself struggling, it's because nobody really trained you on doing anything better. Now, for some of you, you may have been raised in a household where your mother and your father had a certain level of success, but they struggled in the beginning. Sometimes they tell you the stories. They be like, look, baby, when me and your father was younger, we struggled, but we figured out how to win, and we created a certain lifestyle for you. And they may have came up struggling. I'm talking about paycheck to paycheck, getting evicted, poverty, but then they got to a certain level, and you may have been born into a lifestyle where you were raised in a nice community, a nice house. And for you, it seems like this is normal. And it is if you were born in it. But you might have friends that are in the ghetto, and when you look at them, because of where you live, sometimes if you're not careful, you look down on them because of where you live. So that's another problem where, although you were privileged to be raised in a nice community, it also makes you become arrogant, conceited, self-centered, and now you begin to look down on people because you never had the training on how to respect other people. Because your parents grew to a certain level, they grew in pride also. They never humbled themselves and learned how to deal in life in a balanced way. There's one thing to become successful, but then it's good to be a balanced person. You understand what I mean? In other words, I'm not saying don't enjoy your success, but don't get to the point that when you get to a certain level, now you start to crap on everybody down at the bottom. I don't ever do that because I remember the nightmares. I remember all of the problems that I had. And I know there's people out there that are going through them still. And just thinking about all the problems I've been through, it don't feel good. It don't. And this is why I keep telling people, don't look at the studio, don't look at nice clothes, don't look at all of that stuff. That's materials. You don't never know what a person is going through inside. There's days where I don't feel good at all. And I'll come on camera and I'll smile and I'll do my content. And you don't know what I'm going through. You have no idea. And you go through the same thing where you'll come to work. Hey, yo, bro, what up, man? You good? Yeah, man, yo, I'm good. Everything cool? But inside you fighting. Inside you going through various things. They don't know about it because we've been taught to appear like everything is always good. And that's not good. That's not good. And that's how it is in relationships now. You ask anybody, how your relationship? Oh, it's good. Oh, I'm single. I'm good. I'm happy. And you're not. You're miserable, frustrated. And it's really sad. It's really sad that we're living in a prison where we can't even express ourselves because we're afraid to be ourselves. Because we don't want nobody to know that you might be struggling or that you might be lonely or that you might be broke and lack and barely have anything to eat. We don't want nobody to know this. So we pretend. That's sad, man. That's really, really sad. But let's get back to the tape.
For all the fathers, we need you.
She says that we need you. But the truth is, they don't really show that. Because if they need us, they would be more willing to submit to the authority of that man. And see, when I say this stuff, ladies, about the authority of that man, sometimes it gets y'all offended. Y'all get mad. What authority? Who do you think you are? I'm a man, and I'm here to lead you. All the other men of the other nations don't have these problems. They don't. You think they do. They don't have the problems us brothers have. They don't. These guys live like kings. These guys are respected, and their women respect them. They don't deal with these problems. Trust me, they don't. You think all men are dealing with these problems. No, not all men, no. We dealing with these problems. And this is why our people are not growing and we're not multiplying in this earth. We're diminishing. It sounds good with what she said, but it sounds good on paper. But in the reality, we don't see women showing us brothers that they really care about us. The only thing I see, especially in the world, on social media, is we're just battling each other. It's like one big battle of us fighting one another, fighting for equality, fighting for superiority. You know, it's like, it's one tug of war. Who's the head of the house? Who's the boss? Who's getting the bag? Who making the most money? And in the process, all these kids are dying. In the process, our children are suffering because we're not setting those standards. There is really no love in today's day between black men and black women. There's really no love. There's none. If you really be honest, we don't like each other. We'll use each other for sex, but we really don't want to be around each other. So it's like we come around each other to get it in, and then we separate and we go our separate ways because society did this by design. They turned us against one another. This is why there are no real black families that are successfully married, building and starting businesses. We're just not doing that. And this is why we can't build wealth. I'm talking about real wealth. The only thing we do is we work for somebody. Working for somebody is not wealth. Working for somebody does not bring you to wealth. Waiting at the job for a pension is not wealth. Now, if that's what you want to do, you want to work till you're 67 years old or whatever to get a pension. I don't know who taught you that that's a good thing, but that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, fam. Now, again, if you're a brother, a sister, and you're at the 9 to 5, and that's all you know how to do for now, then do what you got to do. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to give you here respectfully is that waiting and paying into a pension is BS. Because most people end up dying and never see it. They're just taking your money to use for whatever they want to use it for, because your money that you're actually paying into that pension is generating a lot of interest, and they're using your money to loan other people, and they got your money in various other accounts making millions of dollars. It's your money, and they're using it for their own benefit. So when you work for these agencies with all of the employees they have that are on these pension programs, you know, either through like NICERS or whatever the case is, you're all feeding a machine, and they're making billions of dollars. And you're waiting until you're 60-something years old or 50-something years old for women to retire, only to get back pennies on a dollar. That's not wealth, ladies and gentlemen. That's pennies. And most people that I've known that was elderly or older brother or sister that was in a 9 to 5, they're all dead. They didn't even get to see their pension. You're better off taking your money and take your chances and start a business and generate some real wealth and really start to cash in. And this is why working together is very important. This is why I teach on the subject of polygyny. But you ladies, again, when I talk about these topics, what do? Only reason why you want more than one wife is because you're trying to sleep around with these women. I keep telling you ladies 1,000 times. If the goal was just to sleep around with women, it's easy to do. I don't have to talk about polygyny. I could just go out there and pump and dump. I could meet women and be like, yeah, I'm single. I don't got no kids. I'm ready for monogamy. And in the process of that, sleep around with all the women as much as I can, and leave them. Do you understand my point? I'm trying to bring you women up to a level where you understand what generational wealth means. When you're building something that is so great, it literally pays for itself. And I think that a lot of you ladies are missing out on the opportunity because of selfishness. You're not educated in the area of polygyny because you only see it as a man just wanting to screw women rather than a man who is building something. You don't see nothing in it for yourself. You're seeing it from the lens of the world. And remember, in the world, they're going to teach you to rebel against the Most High. So we're never going to be able to build real wealth. All of these millionaires that you see in the industry, rappers, singers, a lot of those folks, again, it's an illusion that you see. You see an illusion. You're not really seeing the real. We're going to do a video where we talk about Monique situation with her interview on Club Shay Shay. We want to do some reviews on that, you know, where she talked about how she got paid, I believe, $50,000 for that movie that she did with, I think it's what, Precious? I'm not sure if that's the name. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's just to show you. You see Monique, you see her as a star, comedian, movie actress, you know, one of the veterans in the game. But she got her own problems that she deal with, and she talk about her problems. Monique has always been up front with a lot of the BS going on in the industry. And that's to show you that even in the industry, you go through problems. And people are not as successful as you think they are. Do you understand me? They go through issues just like you. But sometimes you put people on pedestals because they're a star. And you look at yourself as a nobody. You know what I mean? So when it comes to relationships, we have to get back to the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. We have to get back to our traditions and our culture when it comes to family. And that culture is polygyny. But are you as a woman in agreement with the Most High? Or do you just want a man for yourself? Because if that's your case, prepare to struggle. Prepare to struggle. Just because people in the industry had a big break and they became multimillionaires, that's all by selection. That's what you just don't understand. A lot of these people relationships are business relationships. A lot of their success didn't come by way of hard work. It came by chance. It came by sacrifice. These are things that you just don't understand because, again, on the surface level, you see people as celebrities and stars when that's not really the case. You understand what I mean? That's not really the situation here. What I'm trying to get people to understand is that monogamy as a whole is a cancer. That's one of the problems with what we have right now and why we're unable to have successful relationships, because you have to think about it like this, ladies. And I know you have a problem hearing me talk about these things. I get it. You know, it don't feel right because you've been taught that when you get into a relationship with a man, he's supposed to only be with you. But if you understand the reality, then it would make more sense to you. The reality is there are different types of men in the world. We're trying to get you ladies to get with the man that is about family, development, and growth. But you don't want that man. You want the fast-paced guy, the Pookie, the Ray Ray, the drug dealer, the thuggo, the guy that is sought after by every woman in the industry, the high-value man. And you're not really thinking, ladies, you're all after the same guy. You're all chasing after the same man. So in all essence, you're sharing that man. You're sharing him. And you know it. Some of you ladies are sharing baby daddies. Your baby daddy have 5 other kids with 5 other women. Y'all all sharing them. So what we have in today's day is a dysfunctional form of polygamy And we're not even acknowledging it. How do you think you build generational wealth? You build it through family. Family is how you build wealth, people. A man cannot build the wealth that he should be building if he's just by himself. It don't work like that. The Most High created the woman to be a helpmate to a man. That way we can build and create. He never made it where a man is just by himself. And he's meant to go out there and establish land, establish houses, establish this, establish all these things, and then find a woman to bring her in. No, that's backwards. Why would I want to bring you as a woman into something that I had to struggle to build by myself? And you were never there to help with anything that I had to go through. And then I meet you and I'm bringing you to my big house that I built. And you're benefiting from everything I had to build by myself, and you were never there to help me. Notice, never there to help me. Notice, never there to help me. Notice, never there to help me. What did the Bible say a woman is for? A helpmate. What do I mean by help? That she's coming there to pay my way? No. Not that you're there to pay a man's way, but as a woman, you ladies have something that men need, just as men have something you need. Women have the ability to help a man in so many ways. Research, getting paperwork together, making phone calls, doing things that will put a man in a position in life where he's able to build because he have your assistance. But let me tell you what you ladies did. You ready? Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready for me to tell you. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready for me to tell you. You want to know what you ladies did? You became a helpmate for your job. You invested your time, your energy to the workplace, to college, and you put family on the back burner. You've been lied to by society. Society told you ladies, go get an education because you can't trust a man, you can't depend on a man. So you went and did that. Now you're 30 years old, you got your car, you got your apartment, you got your house, right? Now you're 35, 40, and you're single. You got your job, you got your career, but you're single. You put money, business before family. And now for a lot of you ladies, you're sitting back at this age in your life trying to figure out where it went wrong. And for some of you, or should I say most of you, you're frustrated right now because you're like, you feel like your life is finished because you grew older. Your marketplace value went down. You're not that young sister that you once was. You might still look good. Some of you ladies might be in your 40s. You still look good. At the same time, you're not that woman that you were in your 20s. You're not her no more. So now your chances of securing a man is slim to none because the way the system is set up, brothers are looking for youthful women to marry, to make wives and have children. But for most women in today's day, They've been taught to focus on career all the way to when they're 40 and 50 years old. And now they want to settle down. That's crazy. Like, how do you try to settle down at 50 years old? Who taught our people to do this? It's by design, population control, where they teach you to not worry about a man or marriage until you're 50. So now what we have today is a lot of women that are in their 50s and they're frustrated because they never taken the time to settle down with a quality man. They never did.
Trust me, we would much rather rest in our feminine energy than to have to step up and use our masculine energy to raise these kids on our own.
Do you see what we got to deal with? She's telling us to trust her, but we can't. We can't trust women that have both feminine and masculine energy. That's dangerous. As a woman, you're not supposed to be talking like that. I don't want a masculine woman. I don't want a woman that feel that she have to tap into her masculine energy in order to do things because I'm not there. Why do women talk like that? Why do women do that? When are we going to come together and build? It sounds crazy when I hear women say she would rather live in her feminine energy, but hey, if I'm not there, she'd have to tap into her masculine. There is no such thing as a woman being masculine in the first place. She can try to act masculine, but you can never be masculine. It's just not in your nature to be masculine. And if you try to, it always has bad outcomes. You don't see men walking around saying, I got to tap into my feminine energy because I got to raise these children because the mother is acting up. So I got to tap into my feminine in order to, raise my kids. So now he's walking around the house acting girly, wearing a dress, and his children is looking at him in his masculine and in his feminine energy. You don't see men doing that. But we see women doing this, and it's sad. You're not supposed to be doing this, ladies. You're supposed to be feminine at all times. And see, this is what feminism did. Feminism, notice this. Feminism. Feminism taught you how to be a man. And feminine is what you should be. But feminism is not even teaching you how to be feminine. It's teaching you how to be a man. It's teaching you how to rebel against the male authority. You can't see that? They're literally playing games with you. Ladies, think about what I just did there. A lot of you ladies are feminists. Respectfully, you bought into the lie and you follow feminism. But feminism teach you to usurp authority over the man. Matter of fact, if you really want to cut to the chase and get right to the point, what is the purpose of feminism? To reprogram, reassimilate women into usurping authority over the man. Simple as that. That's feminism. Yeah, you're right. Feminism wasn't even created for our people. Caucasian women was doing that. But our women jumped on board because the Caucasian woman said, hey, come join us so you could benefit. And all it did is cause all of the problems we have right now. That's all it done. Ladies, all feminism does for you is teach you to rebel against the man. Now, granted, a lot of you ladies may have been in traumatizing situations with men, but that does not conclude that all men are like the men you dealt with. And if you're not going to be responsible as a woman to take personal accountability for the things you do, you're going to continue to repeat the same problems. Because ladies, you have to look at it like this. Let me see. All right. This is one of my colognes right here, right? One of my colognes. Purchased directly from Macy's. So you know it's legit. This is what you ladies do all the time. Now, I purchased this from Macy's, so I know it's an official cologne for men. I know it's not an imitation. But do you know they have Bleu de Chanel, they have this, right, selling, and it's the fake version. Do you know that? It looks just like it. Bottle look the same, but it's fake. And it's selling in these weirdo stores. And you have a lot of guys, because they don't want to buy the official version, they go to the little 99-cent store or whatever place, and they buy the fake bottle. Now, the fake one don't smell the same. It don't. It's watered down. It's just bad. A lot of times with you ladies, you date guys that you think are the real thing. But you pick those guys up at that cheap store that sell counterfeits. You're living with this guy and you're trying to make people think he's a good man. You're trying to make people think that he's the official product when he's not. You made the choice to get with that man. You made the choice to be with him. So you're going to have to take personal accountability to say, wait a minute now, I've been walking around with a counterfeit the whole time. I've been walking around with a counterfeit. I need to shop where the real men are. You're shopping at the discount store trying to get a real man. You're shopping at AliExpress trying to get a counterfeit Gucci bag just so that you can wear it to impress people. And while people looking at you, they could tell that's not a good man. But you're like, yeah, he is. But the way he treat you is a clear sign. You got to take accountability for the fact that you chose that man. In our culture, it's very difficult to talk to our women. Even while I'm speaking right now, there are some women that are still listening to me, and they're like, I don't agree with nothing you said. And I'm like, no matter what you tell them, they just don't listen. They see me as the enemy. You're misogynistic. You hate women. Your mama black. You're gay. These are the problems, ladies and gentlemen, caused by feminism. Feminism made our women not respect us. Our women do not respect us, brothers. To all the brothers that are viewing, our women do not respect us. They don't. They know we're here, but they don't respect us. Ladies, a lot of you have did us brothers dirty. I'm going to tell you one of the ways you did us dirty. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to tell you one of the ways in which women did us brothers dirty. I'm talking about viciously, grossly dirty. And they have yet to repent and acknowledge the errors of their ways. I'm going to tell you right now. One of the ways women in our culture, our women, have did us extremely dirty, viciously, with no remorse, is the fact that they act as if though, as black men, that we can catch up to the other nations overnight. I don't know who told our women that they have the right to look down on us brothers as if though we ain't ish when we came out of the transatlantic slave trade, when we're literally behind in society for 400 years of bondage. 400 plus years the other nations had to advance themselves. 400 years. To the point where they advanced themselves so far ahead of you that you ladies look at us brothers as if though we're all supposed to be millionaires overnight. It's insanity. It's the most insulting, degrading thing you can do as a woman towards a man of color, is to look at us as if though we're supposed to have what the other nations have. Like, bro, what are you doing? You ain't a millionaire yet? Woman, do you not know where we came from? Are you that blind that you never been educated to know the atrocities done to our people? So let me get this straight. You don't understand that we had wealth and riches. What in the world is the thing? I can't even get it through my head, man. When black people had, what is the world the name of it? It's like I can't think because we're live right now. In my mind, I'm multitasking. And the white folks burned down our entire banks, town, everything. Burned down everything. We were literally economically getting ourselves in position. And they tore everything down. Do y'all not know where we came from? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street. Where we joined together as a community and we started to build, had banks, had property, had businesses. I'm talking about everything. Why do you think they call it Black Wall Street? Because we were running things. We were building ourselves up. We were getting wealth. And they came in, tore everything down. Ain't that something? Yeah, we were wearing nice suits, cars. We were looking real good, real sharp. Our women were looking good. And they destroyed everything. But our women in today's culture, they forgot about the history. So we endured 400 years of slavery. We endured the tearing and burning down of Black Wall Street, Tuskegee experiment. We endured all sorts of atrocities that held us back. We were prevented from reading and writing. We were prevented from practicing our culture, worshiping our God. All of this in the name of slavery. And to see our women in today's culture look at us men and say, you guys ain't ish. Look at a white man. He got land. He got property. How come you guys don't have that? That's a slap in our face, ladies. You don't know how badly that hurts. That hurts. Because we know the history of why we're in these conditions, and rather than you be a helpmate, give us an encouraging word, instead, you're doing exactly what the slave master wanted you to do. And you're wondering why we're divided. That's crazy, man. If you're a black man at the sound of my voice, be proud of yourself, brothers. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter what you got, how much money you got, where you work, where you live. Be proud of yourself, bro. Because none of these ladies will tell you that. None of these ladies will say they're proud of you. If you're a black man and you're working, you're educating yourself, You're getting busy about your business. You finally grew up and you're on grown man business. Be proud of yourself. Be proud of your accomplishments. You're on your way. These women will never tell you that, bro. But you know what's so great is when you have a woman that actually believes in you. And that's one of the things us brothers lack, is that a lot of us don't have women that really believe in us. Because when you have women that believe in you, that's what propels you to move forward in life in terms of being extremely successful. This is why in various sports we have cheerleaders. Cheerleaders are there for a reason. It's to get you excited. It's to get you up and going. But our women are not our cheerleaders. Instead, they're working against us. And this shouldn't be, ladies. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be that you're working against men, your counterpart. The other nations don't give a F about you. These are facts. The other nations don't give a F about you. I don't care how many of them say, oh, I'm not like that. I'm not a racist. I'm not this. Whatever you say. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. So until we start to care about us, we're never going to be successful. Because we refuse to do what is necessary to change. So everything this woman is saying, it sounds good on paper, but we know she's not really about that life. Let's go.
Much rather rest in our feminine energy than to have to step up and use our masculine energy to raise these kids on our own. But what we need for you guys to do is to heal.
Notice, she need us to heal, brothers. She need us to heal when women need to heal from all the past relationships they had. Look, I'm convinced that the more relationships women have with different men, the more difficult it is for her to truly submit to a man, love a man, respect a man. Because she gets to the point where she's afraid of being in a relationship. There are women that are listening to me right now that are single and they're afraid to get into a relationship with a man. They're fearful because the last relationship they got hurt. Matter of fact, several relationships they were hurt, they were bitter, they went through the motions, and they just don't want to go through it again. So they decided, you know what? I'm just going to be single, go to work, and just stay like that. Get a rose, some toys, call it a day. And this is their life. They're not going to tell you, but this is their life, brothers. This is the life they're in. And if you're in that life as a woman, it's sad because, again, by design, that's what the powers that be want. They want you to sit there with a toy. They want you to go purchase a rose. I mean, think about this. All of the toys and the things that you're buying come from the other nations. Think about that. You're buying toys, roses, to pleasure yourself, and these things are made by the other nations. You know why? Because they know you single. They know you have no husband. How could somebody start a business and say, you know what? I'm going to start a business selling male genitalia as a product. And it's going to be a successful business. The only way you can have success is if all the women are single. Why do you think they have lonely fans for? Lonely fans, where you have a bunch of ladies up there selling their body, and you got men paying monthly fees to see a woman's body. So these guys are beating off in their house, and the women are using toys in their house. Separated, but you're all using digital media and synthetic products to pleasure yourself. That's amazing. That's amazing that the powers that be have so much influence and power that they'll have women putting in orders to receive toys rather than these ladies get with a man. They would rather get with a toy. If you're a woman at the sound of my voice and you got those toys in your house, I know you feel some type of way, because that's a shame that as a grown woman, you don't got a man, you have a toy. And a company is making millions off you. You know why? Because they know how many of you are out there. I mean, think about it. How does a company stay in business selling these products? It's because the women are not wives. They're single, lonely, and horny. This is sad, man. Listen, I'm spitting some real information. You're not going to find this on YouTube from nobody. How does a company like that stay in business? That's crazy, man. That means they're selling a lot of product to a lot of women. I'm pretty sure, fam, possibly every woman that's watching this live, fam, got them toys, bro. Y'all don't have to admit it in the chat or anything, but this just goes to show the severity of the problem, because just like women got these toys, guys, don't laugh if you out there beating your drum. Don't laugh at the ladies, brothers. Don't look at the ladies and say, "Oh, shame on you, sister," if you still watching corn and beating the drum. Don't be a hypocrite. Don't be a hypocrite. Now, if you know you overcame beating the drum, you don't watch corn no more, then you can share your opinion. But just like women are in bondage to these toys and these gadgets and these roses, a lot of you guys are in bondage to corn and whacking off and signing up to OnlyFans and following a bunch of Insta models all day. Guys, those women on Instagram, those are demons. They're not even real. You could DM them, they're never DMing you back. For them, it's a business. For them, it's all about making you desire them so you could beat your meat. That's what this is for. They will never be in a relationship with you. You could post 1 million comments, you can heart all their photos. They know that their body is making you want them. But for them, it's a business. This is why when you're on Instagram and you see a woman and you look in her bio and you see Linktree, once you click it, scroll, you're going to see OnlyFans. Don't say I didn't warn you. A real woman that desire a man is going to go and prepare herself to be with that man and get it popping. So if you have to chase a woman around on Instagram or some social media, it's a waste of time, especially if she's not reciprocating the energy back to you.
Don't allow the past, not even of just this life or your former self, but
Former self? Former self? What are you talking about? Former self? She said, don't allow the past.
our ancestors that we're still healing from the things that they've been through.
Well, our ancestors been to the transatlantic slave trade. Our women during that time were brutally violated and used as a cum bucket to reproduce, to build more slaves. And this is why we have the generational curses we have today in terms of men that just want to pump and dump. Ladies, one of the reasons why, now listen to me carefully. One of the reasons why at a young age you decided to start having sex is because of the generational curse of slavery. A lot of times we say it's these men that are going around breaking these young ladies in at a young age. If women in the comments actually were honest, they initiated every single event when they were younger. Facts. And we're not talking about situations where some guy violated you or you were drunk and something. Don't give me no sob stories. I don't want to hear none of those stories. I don't want to hear no sob stories about, oh, you know, when I was young, this happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear none of those stories because it doesn't justify how your life is now. You make choices. What I am saying is that young ladies initiate all these encounters when they were in their teenage years. The boy wasn't even thinking about nothing. But the girl was fresh, hot, and trying to seduce the young boy to come in and do X, Y, and Z. That's where it starts. And it's because of slavery. Because during slavery, they would take the youngest girls and they would bring that mandingo into the tent and tell him to breed her up. You don't got to worry about the baby. You don't got to worry about getting a job. You don't got to worry about being responsible. Does that sound familiar today? You're wondering, ladies, why these guys don't want to get a job. You're wondering why they don't want to take care of the baby. It's because during slavery, that was a part of the generational curse. It's in the blood now. So men, they don't mind having sex, but that's about it. They ready to get out. You know, that's pretty much what it is now. They don't mind having sex with you, but they want to leave after. And that's pretty much the culture that we're in today. Some guys, as soon as they meet you, they're almost looking at you like, when are we going to get in bed? Like, it's taking too long because there's no intentions of those guys taking you serious to make you a wife and build a family. So it's not just a problem that we have with women, even though we're talking about this woman here. It's a problem on both spectrums. And this is why we try to teach on the platform different concepts to give people ideas on how to improve themselves. Men got issues, women got issues. But more so, our women are in rebellion where they just don't want to submit. They don't want to commit, and they don't want to humble themselves. They just don't. And if you're not willing to submit to a man, ladies, we could never have a relationship. A man is not going to be in a household or tolerate a woman that is not listening to him. He's not going to tolerate that. A man is not going to be with a woman who won't follow his lead and his instructions. Imagine being with a woman and you're trying to tell her what you need to do and she's not listening to nothing you say. And you know what's best for your family and you're telling her, look, we got to do this, we got to do that, and she's not even moving. You're going to get frustrated as a man. You're going to say, why am I even with this woman? I got to get me a woman that can listen to me. I got to get a woman that I can talk to and she moves when I need her. That's what a helpmate does. But in today's day, it's difficult to get that. Because today's woman is a boss and she ain't listening to nobody. You know? And what's sad is a lot of older women are listening to this content and they already done made all the mistakes. And now they're trying to pick up the pieces and hopefully get something going with a particular gentleman. But then again, because she grew older, it's even more difficult. Because the guy is focusing on the younger women, but the younger women is too busy living her worst life, I should say. Not her best, her worst life. Sleeping around, going here, going there, destroying her life. And then the older women, rather than the older women school the younger women by saying, hey, baby, sit down, I got to talk to you. You're doing this wrong. I already been there. When I was your age, I was all over these streets. When I was your age, I did X, Y, and Z. See, some of you ladies, you got to pull these young sisters to the side and be like, look, sister, it ain't all that pretty. You got to talk to them. And you got to, see, when you talk to these young ladies, you got to get them real talk. You cannot sugarcoat the real. If you're a woman and you're talking to a younger sister about real life, you got to talk to her very graphic, very real. You got to tell her the dirt you did to make her understand. And tell her, look, hey, if you want to have this outcome, then okay, cool. Go ahead. Keep doing it. Keep doing that same mess. You're going to learn. Because I did it. And this happened to me. So if you want to be out there in them streets, cool. But as long as you gave her the game and you told her what it's going to be like, it's up to her now to make the change. But at least you know you told her. You warned her. All of your daughters will be faced with the streets. All of your daughters will be faced with the streets. Oh, no. My daughters is good girls. Whatever you say. No. See, we keep forgetting that we were once their age. These youngins are more advanced. They know more. They do more. So as they get older, they're going to experiment. They're going to look. They're going to see. And you don't know what they're doing, but you're hoping for the best. But you really don't know what they're doing. Just like when you were younger, you did dirt. And a lot of young ladies are going to make all the mistakes that you ladies did in the past. And for them, it's going to be worse. Because in this culture, if I can speak more about this, because it seems like when I talk about these topics, women keep getting upset. And I keep telling you ladies, when I talk about these topics, right, you have to understand I'm a grown man. I'm not some little kid. I'm 46 years young. I lived in the world for a while. There's things that I know. Listen, as a woman, when you open your legs to a man, that man have to be an exceptional man that really care about you. I don't think you understand, even though I just said what I said, it just went in and it went out. If you open your legs and you allow a man to enter your body and his intentions was just to sleep with you, you destroyed your soul. You ruin yourself. Because his intentions is not to love you. His intentions is not to build a family. He's just there to fulfill his own lust. But in your mind, you think he's a good brother. You're probably like, he's going to be my man. He's going to take care of me. He's going to love me. No, he's not. He's not. He's just there to get you in bed. And what this does for you, and it's sad because I teach on this all the time, and it's like, you ladies, y'all just don't listen to nothing I got to say. Ladies, I am tired of telling you this truth. I am really tired of telling ladies over and over about these topics, and you're just not listening. And you go through the same thing all the time, and I keep telling you what's going to come, and it's like you just don't listen to nothing I say. When you let a man inside your body, and he places his rod inside you, and he releases his energy in you. Energy is being released in you before he actually climax. Once a man plug his rod in you, it's no different than taking a plug and putting it inside of an outlet. For example, plug, right? This right here. This is his rod. When he plugged this inside of you, immediately his energy is being transferred. He don't have to climax. By the pure fact that his rod is in you, it has connected with all your senses. It has connected with your spirit. You and him became one. Right? Power is coming through. Current is coming through, which power one another. But he is the one who's planting something in you. You're not planting nothing in him. His DNA is being released in you. And when that happens, you go through what is known as a metamorphosis, where you begin to transform into the very image and likeness of that man. So if that man was an evil man, you begin to take on his attributes, his nature, his personality. Sometimes you even start to look like the man you're sleeping with. We've seen this many times in dating relationships where we see a particular woman, particular man, and you think they're brothers and sisters. Hey, bro, yo, I didn't know you had a sister. Nah, fam, that's my woman. Oh, my bad, bro, I didn't know. Why is it that she looks like him? Because he slept with her so many times. She went through a metamorphosis and began to look like him. So ladies, when you think about that, the more men you lay with, the more you go through a metamorphosis and you begin to take on the nature of that man. This becomes problematic because now you start to look like all those different guys. And for some of you ladies, if you were to go back and look at your old photos, every man you got with and laid with, you look totally different. This is why it's dangerous as a woman to lay up with a man. But for most of you, you won't listen to anything I got to say. Because again, feminism says you can go out there, be as sexual as you want, be liberated. You don't need to listen to no man. It's all about your pleasure because you think like a man now. But you forgot that you have a vajayjay, not realizing that your vajayjay carries spirits. A lot of times when we have these topics and we talk about body count, ladies are always getting offended. And I'm like, look, ladies, listen to me carefully. Listen to this. If you believe you're sexually liberated and you're free to sleep around with whoever you want, why, when a man talk about your body count, you feel some type of way? Shouldn't you be proud? Shouldn't you be, enthusiastic about the situation? You should be able to just tell a guy, hey, I've been with 50 guys. I'm so grateful. I'm excited about this. But you don't do it. You hide it. By the pure fact that you have to hide it, shouldn't that be an indicator to you that something's wrong? You don't want nobody to know. You don't want nobody to know how many guys you slept with. Because deep down inside as a woman, you know it's not good. You know it's not healthy. You know it's nasty. You know it's nothing that's cute to talk about as a lady. Any respectful lady of herself, don't want nobody to know this. Why? Because you know it's not good. So if you're doing these things, it's affecting your spirit. So this is why when we look at ladies like this on the screen, when she talks, I could look at her and I can tell. Let me show you this, fam. I could look at this woman here and I can tell that she dealt with several guys. I can tell automatically. Why? Her eyes. It's something about a woman's eyes that never lie. I can tell. I can tell by her hairstyles, lashes. There's so many different things. There's so many red flags. There's so many things that I could tell that she's been through a metamorphosis, been through various other situations, and a lot of you ladies been through the same. And it's sad because when we try to talk about these issues, rather than you come to the round table as a woman and say, you know what, Ringo, I effed up when I was younger. I'm going to sit down in this class and I'm going to learn because I want to do better now. You are speaking the truth. Carry on, teach, let us know what it is. I can take the criticism. I could take the content. But some of you ladies, man, it's like we try to talk to you about these situations and y'all be getting bitter and angry. And I'm like, look, I didn't do nothing to you. I don't even know you. So why take your frustration out on me? I don't got no hate towards you. I'm just speaking about real issues we all suffering from. All of us are suffering. All of us that are viewing this live right now are in some sort of mess where we're being affected by the problems that we're talking about in this live. Because as brothers in this truth, it's difficult for us to find sisters that want to build under polygyny because these women want to control us under monogamy, and that's never happening. Not with me. The only sisters I'm into are women that want to build, women that want to have children, women that want to build wealth, women that are going to listen to me so that we can grow and get this bag. Those are the only women I'm interested in. I'm not interested in one-night stands. I'm not interested in no sneaky links. I'm not interested in some woman, you know what I'm saying, that I could just kind of slide to her crib, play a little bit. I don't got no time because that's not helping me. It might help me to bust a nut, but it's not helping me to build family. It's not helping me to build no structure. It's not helping me to build a damn thing. Do you understand my point? There comes a time, listen, there comes a time in a man's life that you have to have your priorities in check and you're not thirsty. You're not chasing skirts, and you start to realize that there's more important things in life than running around trying to chase some woman. We have to build, brothers. We have a lot of work to do. And if we don't have women on our team that are supportive to get to that level, we're never going to make it in this life. We're just going to die off little by little. And this is why relationships is struggling right now. Again, all of the things she says, And again, this is not no disrespect towards that woman right there. You know, like how when I talked about how I can tell by the look in her eyes, I'm just being honest. I could just look at her and I could just tell that she have a lot of experience. I could see it. Possibly she has children already. There's some signs that could tell. I could tell when a woman have kids. I could tell by the way a woman's body look if she ever got pregnant and gave birth to children. It's easy for me to know. Looking at her, she had a child already. Is the father in the child's life? I don't know. But my point is, a lot of ladies go through a lot of problems and it's like they don't want solutions. See, a lot of you ladies, when you watch my content, right, you say stuff like, oh, you're bashing women. When have I bashed any woman in this live? When? I don't do that. I teach. I'm a teacher of truth. We offer solutions, but at the same time, we got to talk about the problems. Throughout this entire live, I talked about issues with men and issues with women because I'm balanced. I don't talk about one thing. I don't focus on women. I talk about everybody involved. But a lot of women, they only see when you talk about women and they get frustrated because they don't want to hear the truth and they don't want to change. They blame men for everything. It's the man's fault. It's his fault. He did it. It's his fault. And that's crazy. You know? Let's get back to the tape.
Let's break these generational curses, my brothers, kings, gods.
You see what she called us? Kings, gods. She told us, let's break these generational curses. Kings, gods. But she don't believe that. She don't believe that. She don't believe what she just said. Because if she really believed that us brothers are kings or gods or whatever the case is, she would have a husband. She would have submitted herself to a man, humbled herself, and did what was needed to make that man's purpose become fulfillment. Because that's what it's all about in this life. It's all about purpose. It's all about purpose. This is why we have to really find out where we are in life in terms of where we want to be, you know? Rather than just jumping into a relationship, you got to think about, especially as a woman, what exactly are you willing to do when you get with a particular man to be a helpmate? Do you have the mindset of what that means? That when you get with this man, you're here with him for purpose. Do you have that mindset that when you get with this man, you're there to get to know him, to build with him? He's not building with you. I think this is one of the biggest problems I think women have, because it goes back to feminism on how women are doing their own thing, men are doing their thing. So it's difficult for us to come together because we're both independent, which makes no sense because how do you not need one another? That makes no sense. See, men naturally are supposed to build. Women are supposed to be a helpmate. But when women establish their own and men got their own, they can't come together. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because both parties are doing their own thing. Imagine a brother bought a house and a woman bought a house and she's still paying for her house, but they got into a relationship. You think she's going to leave her house to come live with you? Nope. If you went to Cali and met a sister and she's a nurse, making good money, got a house, she's paying for it, and a car note, you think she's gonna move to probably, I don't know where you at, you know, ATL, she's gonna move there? I doubt it. She's not gonna just pack up because she's paying for a house. She's paying for a house. She's not going to leave. And these are the things that these are the challenges that we face sometimes. Now, the way the world is right now when it comes to dating, it's very difficult for us to coexist in the same house. Not saying that we can't, but if we already live in two different locations, it's very difficult. And in most instances, if you were to get under the same roof, that is when all the problems begin. Sometimes it's better to be under your own roof as a woman, and he's under his own roof. And I'm talking about in today's day, it would be better to be like that. And the reason being is a lot of times people try to come together to live with one another, and that's when all problems begin. Because we never had the training on how to coexist together. Because when you live with someone, you really start to learn who they really are. See, it's one thing when you're dating a woman and you go to her crib and you kind of hang in with her and you see her versus living with her. Or you living with him. You start to see his habits. You start to see the things he really do. You start to see things that you never even thought he did. And likewise with the woman. So sometimes living with people brings out the worst in them or the best. And I'm not saying it can't work, but we need to have training on understanding purpose. Now, when it comes to polygyny in terms of a man having more than one wife, when I talk about these topics, women are always like, well, that's not for me. I'm not doing that. I'm not sharing no man, all of that other stuff. But yet, if we would check your track record, you've been sharing your body. Don't get offended. Just own it. You've been sharing yourself with every guy you date. Every guy you dated had a piece of you. Which is worse? The fact that that man is practicing polygyny and you don't want to get with him because you don't want to share, but then you are sharing yourself with several guys you date. I don't see why women can't see that. I guess because they think they're going from one relationship to the next, that it's not really bad. No, it's bad. Because with all the relationships you've been in, none of them have been secured into a long-term relationship. So all of those guys gain access to your body for free. And now that you got with this new brother, you want him to pay a higher premium. I think as women, if you know you've been around the block and you got with a brother and you're trying to build, you need to make that brother very much aware of your dirt. Because it will tell that brother the magnitude of the problem he may end up facing with you. And I believe that with that level of honesty is how you're going to be able to overcome the demons of your past in terms of men that may still be in your spirit. Because every man you lay with is in your body. No matter how you see it, ladies, every man you slept with is in your brain. Because his spirit is in you. So when you get with a new guy, it could be difficult for him because you're going to end up treating him as if though he's your ex. So you're going to take your frustration out on him if you can't get things done your way. This is why it's very important to heal as a woman from the past relationships. But in order to heal, you got to get right with God. Something you don't want to do. We try to teach you on the platform to get right with the Most High, but you really don't want to do that. You want to argue, you want to fight, you want to misquote scriptures, and I really don't have time for that. You know, because I'm trying to help you, and it's like you don't want to get helped. You got to overcome the issues from your past in order to move forward. So when you get with a new guy, you're not making him suffer. Because look, ladies, if you're encountering a good brother, he's not going to be ultra thirsty to smash, even though it's in his mind. Because after all, male and female are supposed to desire one another. I mean, attraction is why we literally came together. I mean, if I see a sister and I'm liking her, of course I'm going to want to sleep with her. But my point is, what is that man's intentions? Do you know his intentions? Have you asked him? What's your intentions? I mean, you're both grown adults, right? Okay. Can that man explain why he need you in his life? Can he explain it verbally? Because if he can't, you shouldn't be around him. A man should be able to look you in your eyes and tell you why he need you in his life. If he can't do that, sister, you need to leave him alone. You need to leave him alone. I think that's one of the biggest tests that women should be giving these men. What are your intentions? Why do you need me to be in your life? You seem like a good brother. You seem to have things in place, but I'm a little reluctant to go into the next level. I mean, I want to, but I have my concerns because I don't feel that you're really into me for anything other than sleeping with me. You got to ask these guys these things. Because I feel that if you ask these guys these particular questions, make sure you're looking at his eyes when you ask them. Make sure he's communicating with you and he's looking eye to eye. Do you understand? So you can see in his soul. And then ask him those questions. See if he starts to flinch, stutter, fumble. He start getting nervous. Why you? Oh, hold on, my phone. Hold on. He's trying to not respond. Hold on. I got to take this call real quick. No, that's his time to go figure out a lie. A man should be able to tell a woman his intentions. And if he can't do that, that's a red flag. It's a red flag because, like I said earlier, I'm not into wasting my time with women. I'm at the point where she have to know purpose. And if she's not with that, I'm wasting energy. I don't got time to play this little game, this game that's going on in the world. I don't got that kind of time. Maybe you got that kind of time. I don't have that kind of time. Maybe you brothers want to waste your life away. I don't have that kind of time. Nor am I interested in women that when I get to the certain level, then they want to come around. I'm not going to want you then. Because you were never there during the struggle. You weren't there during the times when I could have really use your help, where I could really see what you're really made of. You never stood the test of time. So this is why a lot of guys, once they reach to a certain level of success, they don't take women in. They don't take them serious because they were never there to help these brothers when they were going through. Now, if a woman was there during the building process and she was there to help, she was there to encourage, she believed in you even when you felt like a failure, and she was always there rooting for you. That's the kind of woman that you always supposed to take care of, because she was there in the beginning. She was there in the mid-season. She was there to help you pick up the bricks. But now if a woman want to come into your life after you gain a certain level of success, don't do it. And I'm pretty sure you got women, they watch my content and they be in the background somewhere, and they, in their minds, It's like and I can feel it. None of you ladies are fooling me. I can feel it in my spirit. You're waiting to see a certain level of what you assume is success. And then that is when all of a sudden in your mind, you're going to think, okay, now it's time for me to make this man know that I'm interested in him. It's going to be too late. I'm not going to be interested in you. You know why? Because you're devilish. Because your plan was not sincere. Your intentions was not really to be a helpmate. You were there because you were just waiting to see something so you could take advantage of it. And this is why a lot of brothers are not quick to take women in, to get married, to do any of that, because we can see that your intentions are not good either. Now, guys, I want you to look at the comment from somebody that says, not all women. I want you to look at that comment, and I want you to think for a minute. Women love to do that. They love to say, not all women. They love to say that. And the question I always ask is, why do you point yourself out and make everybody see you? Why do you say these things? What's the point of saying that? Not all women. It makes no sense when women say that type of stuff, because the questions that we're going to ask you is, where's your husband? Where is the success that you helped him with? And is your husband practicing polygyny? You know, these are the type of things that we're going to ask you, because when you say not all, what you're suggesting is that you're the kind of woman that is ready, prepared, built to serve a man and do what needs to be done. That's basically what you're saying. So you have to really think about that. You have to really think about what you're saying when you come in and you say, oh, you know, not all women. Why do you feel the need to say that? If it don't apply to you, why say anything? You know? I don't understand this. I am talking about myself. No, that's not what you said. What you said is not all women. Women means more than one. Women. A woman is one. Women is more than one. Right? Come on now. And it's just something that we have to think about here. You know? You have to understand that. What do you mean you're helping him now? So you wasn't helping him before? What do you mean you're helping him now? So you weren't helping him before? See, this is what I mean. You're helping him now, but you weren't helping him before. That's what you said. You said, I'm helping him now. So that means before you weren't. Why now? And you know what's so funny about this, ladies and gentlemen, is I don't even know this individual. They just made themselves the center of attention. And this is what I mean. If you're helping someone now, why are you talking? Why do you need to prove something when we don't even know you? Ma'am, if you always been helping him, why are you in the comments even talking? Why? No one cares. No one cares. Why are you even telling us? Why are you looking for the attention as if though you're the exceptional woman? Nobody cares. That is like if women are on YouTube saying black men ain't ish. Black men are deadbeat dads. And then I make a video. I'm not a deadbeat dad. I take care of my kids. I do this. You know, I don't know why she said black men are deadbeats. I'm not a deadbeat. I would never be a deadbeat. By the pure fact that I have to make a video, I would be a deadbeat. I would be a deadbeat if I had to make a video about it. You know? Because by me having to try to prove myself to people, that means I was triggered by something I don't do. So as a woman, for you to come into the comments to say, not all women, you exposing yourself as someone who is not doing the things you say you do. And now, because I said that, you're going to get into your feelings and still try to prove yourself by saying, you don't know me. How do you know what I'm not doing for my man? Do you see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see what I mean now? I mean, think about this. I don't even know the person, but because I don't believe a word they're saying, they're going to now try to prove themselves even more, and then they're going to accuse me of being rude. This is how crazy it is. If you know you're doing something, why do you speak? If you're a man and you know you pay the bills, why would you have to publish, I pay my bills? Are you talking about black men don't pay their bills? I pay my bills. No, you don't. By the pure fact you gotta say, you don't. It's because you feel some type of way. Women who are standing on business, they don't have to tell everybody. They don't. She says, I wasn't looking for no attention. When you post a comment, you're looking for attention. I don't know if anybody told you that, but when you post comments and you say stuff like not all women, you're speaking for all women. You're looking for attention. All I'm saying is when you do things like that as a woman on social media, it means that you were triggered by something I said, and to cope with, you know, the lack thereof in terms of knowing that you're not really fulfilling that purpose of a helpmate to a man, you have to now publish it by saying, not all women, I'm helping my man. Woman, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I didn't ask for that. Something I said made you say that. And normally, in my experience as a content creator, I've been doing this since 2006. Anytime I talk about a topic, and especially when I talk about things that women don't do, and women come in and be like, not all women, normally they're always guilty of something. It would be better to be honest than to just look for a private attention. Now think about that. We've been talking about you for a few. That's because something you said literally put you on the spotlight. Are you, or can you handle the criticism? Because I don't know you. Nobody's speaking negative of you, but at the same time, in my line of work, when women normally comment under those circumstances, it's normally because they're not. Now, I'm pretty sure there's other women that are in the chat that are not doing none of the things that I'm teaching, but they're staying quiet because they're learning. Some women will admit and be like, look, I ain't doing none of those things, but I would like to learn so I can be a better woman. But when we have Women that say, well, I'm doing it for my man. Okay. It is what it is. Who cares? Well, you want a reward? You know? Because if you say you helping your man now, I got a question. Did you help him by finding him another woman to wife so he can build family? Do you have kids with this man? Are you helping to set up the business? Like, what exactly do you mean by help? Remember, you put yourself on the spot. Because if you're not helping him to find another woman to wife, you're not really helping him. Because you're not enough. You might think you are, but you're not really enough. So have you went out there and found another woman and said, hey, sister, you would make a great wife for my husband? And that's another thing. Are you even married? Another question is, how old are you? You know, these are things that I'm asking sincerely. I want to know. Because if you're in your 60s and 70s, it would be irrelevant to even have this conversation. We're talking about young women that are building with men, not women that are in their 50s and 60s, and now they're trying to now start to talk about, well, I'm now helping this man. No, I don't want to hear that. I'm not interested in that. You see? Are you married? How long you been married? Because if you're just dating, that's not nothing to me. Is he your husband? How many kids you have? How old are you? These are the things that are concerning. You know? And that's what's serious about this. And if you notice, it's like the person just disappeared. You see what I mean? This is what I mean, guys. And this is why I don't believe any of them. Because we're having a conversation, and then when we start to question them, all of a sudden now, they can't respond. How old are you as a woman? Are you married? Do you have children with this man? Have you found him another woman to practice polygyny? Have you started a business together? These are the things that you should be doing to help this man. If you're not doing that, you're not helping him. What do you consider help in terms of being with that man? They're no longer here. I'm sure they're watching, but they can't seem to respond. And see, again, guys, this is what I mean. How, you see like how this woman on the screen gives you that fair speech? This is what I mean. No, don't try to comment now. Don't try. I don't want to have no more conversations with you. You took too long. That's disrespectful. When a man is speaking and he's asking you questions, you should be able to answer them. Especially if you're a woman that have a man. A woman that have a man and she listens to that man, she knows how to conduct herself when around a man. So if a man is conducting a live stream and he's asking you questions, you should be able to respond. Not take a moment to think about it, to decide, to figure it out. No, we're not interested anymore. But now, my point now, moving on, is just like the woman on the screen in the video had all of those things to say, it sounds good on paper, but in reality, I know that she's not really doing those things. It sounds good in the video when she talks that we need to, you know, do this and that, but in reality, she's not really practicing it. Let's listen to it again.
Generational curses, my brothers, kings, gods.
She's calling us kings, brothers, gods, but really, she don't treat no man like a king. She ain't served no man, and she ain't definitely worshiping you like a god. When have you seen a woman worship a man like a god? You don't see that in today's day. Our women don't don't even make us feel like the man of the house. They don't. Half of you guys feel like you're the children at sometimes in your house. You know? Well, let's go.
Because it starts with you.
She said it starts with us. Interesting. It has always started with us. But the problem is it needs to start with you in terms of you as a woman repenting and being real with yourself. Because I personally don't believe a word she says. It just sounds like she's just reading a script for social media to get the clicks, likes, and views. And there's nothing wrong with having clicks, likes, and views, because that's why we post content. Nobody posts a video because they don't want no one to view it. But the point is, people will do things for clicks, likes, and views just to get the views, but there's really no purpose behind the message. Like, I've been on thus far 2 hours and 36 minutes, and I've given you nothing but truth. You could play back this entire live stream, and it'll change your whole life. You could take this entire live stream and play it back, and you'll hear something new every time you play it. Because it's filled with life, filled with real talk. As a woman, if you're truly doing the things that you need to do for your man, just do them. Just do them. But I can tell when women don't. I could tell when a man is not a good father. He's the type of guy that is on social media showing off his kids. He's the type of guy that will post a video of his children on a slide, and everybody will be in the comments saying, "Oh, you're such a good dad." And through the perception of the video, you'll think that he's doing this with his kids all the time, when really he's not. He just posts a video to mislead you. And there's a lot of guys like that they post things on social media where they're holding their baby, or you see them feeding them a bottle, and you'll think this guy is such a great dad. But behind the scenes, off camera, he never do that. He do it for social media. And a lot of times you have women that do the same thing. They come online, they portray themselves in a certain image, but they're not really true.
You're the foundation of every household.
How could we be the foundation if you want to be the head of the household? Listen, matriarchy is ruling America right now. The women are running the households right now. The majority of households, women are listed as head of house, not the man. The woman is. She's listed as head of household, not the man. Because in some instances, they hide the man from the paperwork for the house and act as if though she's still single. A lot of women do this, especially in New York City. They never put on paper that they have a man in the house. They want management to think she's single. You understand what I'm saying? And you got women that do this all over the globe. It's not just New York. You got women that do this all over the globe. They'll live with the guy, but they don't have his name on the lease. They don't. And that's bad if you're a brother in that type of situation, because your woman got all the power. She got all the power. Her name is on the documents, not yours. You don't even exist. Shouldn't be like that. Like I said, fam, I don't recommend anyone live in New York. You know what I mean? Like, I got a lot of things going on behind the scenes in preparation to get out of New York. It's a challenge. I ain't gonna say it's easy. It's a challenge. But I don't recommend no one live in New York. New York is literally the worst state to live in. The worst. If you're a family person, don't live in New York. Worse. Absolutely the worst place to be in. That's real talk now. So if you're thinking about moving to New York and you have a family, don't do it. Even if you're single, don't do it. New York is just a place to come to the shop, you know, do a little sightseeing, but there really is nothing here. It's really nothing here. I don't know why people get excited about New York. It's too fast paced, but to me, it's just extremely toxic. The people are very arrogant. A lot of people are like zombies. Everybody's doing their own thing. You can't trust nobody. And then with the migrant crisis over here, it's really bad. You know what I'm saying? Literally, New York City is like going, and this is no disrespect to anybody in the Dominican Republic or, you know, anyone in Mexico or wherever, or Cartagena. It doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? But the point is, New York literally has turned into a foreign nation. New York. I don't know about other states, but New York, the mayor, the governors, these people doing a horrible job over here, man. There's so many laws that are being passed that's keeping people in bondage that I can't be here. I can no longer be here. Like, I got to get out of here. Like, seriously. I got to get out of here. It's that bad. You know what I mean? Got my eye on a few different places. And I don't know. I'm seeing how it goes. It's a lot of things that I got to know because there's some information I don't know. And I have to educate myself about different aspects of different things. But I'm thinking about how to go about it. You know what I mean? Like, the goal is to get a house. But I want to get out quick as I can. So I'm thinking about possibly renting a house. Thinking about doing that. Because that way I'm able to get out as fast as possible. And then while renting a house, I can now start the process of buying a house, if that makes sense. Because with a lot of our people, and again, we have different people in different walks of life. Some of you may have been raised in houses all your life. In city environments, people live in apartments, right? So in most cases, they never had access to a house. One of the things that keep a lot of us melanated people down is those of us that be in city environments. I'm not saying all city environments is bad, but primarily New York. You get so accustomed to a certain way of life that when it comes to transitioning into another aspect of life, it can be a challenge. It can be scary because you never been there, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Maybe you have something else that you got to do. But for me personally, New York is a cancer. And I cannot be here no longer. It's like, even when I do my content, like a lot of you folks, I'm very transparent with you. That's why I can talk. When I do my content, y'all see me do my content regular, whatever. But inside, I don't feel good because the environment is satanic. I don't like nothing about this state. From the food, the people, the air, it feels, you can't explain it. Those of you who once lived in New York and left, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Those of you who already been there, you know what I'm talking about. But it feels almost like everybody's a zombie. It feels like there's nothing but evil spirits, like demons and devils are literally everywhere. You never know what's going to happen in New York. There is so much crime, migrant issues, robberies. I mean, how many of you have a Ring camera on your door? Put a 1. If you have a Ring camera on your door, right? In New York, if you have a Ring camera, They have this thing called Neighbors, and pretty much you get notifications of, I guess, crimes where people steal people packages, people do a lot of stupid stuff. There is so much activity going on in New York when it comes to people getting robbed, people trying to break and enter. And you get those notifications from the Ring app. And I'm like, damn, bro. Like, people will literally see your Ring camera and still rob your packages, bro. Yeah, porch pirates. It's really that bad. So my goal from this point on is to get out of New York and rent a house. I'm gonna rent the house first, because the process of getting to purchasing a house, it's a lengthy process. It's like, what, 6 months to 6 months and some change. That's a lengthy time. I don't got that kind of time. But I got to get out of New York. This place is toxic and it's very depressing. Like I says, when I do my content, I feel good, but I need to be out of the city. I need to be out. Those of you who know and can understand what I'm saying, sometimes you might be in a certain city and you feel locked in. But when you left, you feel like you could breathe. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because that's what it is. You know? Let me see. I mean, you're better off actually being indoors if you live in New York. Because there's nothing out here, fam. It is a tough transition. I had my eyes set on North Carolina, Florida, where else? Somewhere around, I don't know, Georgia, Atlanta, somewhere around there. In some, like, a nice, decent area. You know what I mean? That's what my plan is. But my plan is to pretty much do this as soon as possible. Like, I'm literally at that brinking point right now where I am literally fed up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a lot of people that, see, you could work in New York. A lot of people come to New York to their jobs. You could do that, but you need to go back to where you actually live. There's a lot of people that are like that. They come to New York because that's where their job is. But then they drive out and they go back to, like, New Jersey or, you know, PA or whatever the case is. There's a lot of people that live outside. So that's one thing you can do. But to live here, don't do it. Rent, ultra high. And if you have a house, ultra high. Everything is bad. Like I said, I would, listen, once I get out, once I move out, I'm never coming back. Not even to, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. There's a problem going on in New York, and I feel like the Most High is literally pushing me and my family to get the F out, if that makes sense. It's like, it's that serious. I don't know if something's coming. Maybe there might be something coming to New York that I don't know of, but it's like one of them things where it's like, yo, you got to get out. So that's pretty much what I'm working on behind the scenes. Maybe you might have one of them situations going on with you, but for me, that's what needs to be done. So, because the process of getting the house situated, you can't really do that You can't really do that if you're here in New York, because now you need to travel to go out to see where you live in order to get an understanding of the environment. Does that make sense? So it's like thinking about owning or purchasing a home. You can't do that while you're in New York. You could look online, you could do all of that stuff, but you got to be in the area. So to me, the best course of action is to just go rent a house that looks good, family could be straight, and then while you're in that house, you start the process of hunting, moving around, getting to know the area, boom, 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 boom. Start talking to different realtors and this and that so you can get your own house. To me, that's the best option. You said North Carolina and South Carolina has too many New Yorkers. And see, that's another thing. It's like, I do not want that to even be. Like, I get exactly what you're saying, because it's like you might move to one place and it's another New York. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. I want clean air. I want to see the trees. You know what I mean? Just a family-orientated area where families are, where there's decent human beings that are just living their life, you know? Because over here, it's not that way. You know how when you know you're out of place? How many of you have ever felt out of place? Like you're living somewhere, but you feel out of place, like you don't belong there. Like people looking at you when you go outside, and they could tell you don't belong there. It's one of them things like that with me. I'm disgusted by everything I see. I don't belong here. Not really like an outcast. It's not that. It's not like an outcast. It's a feeling of you just don't belong there. Like you don't belong there. It's not for you. Okay, so then maybe I made a mistake by saying Atlanta. Maybe it's Georgia. I don't know. I have to see. Because I know they got some nice houses over there to rent. You know? Definitely warmer weather is the option, but I wouldn't mind if there was like, you know, like some chilly weather at night. But the thing is, the move is so that I can get things situated, because if you're trying to get a house from New York to elsewhere, it's an extremely difficult process because you need to know where you're at. And I don't want to be taking trips, you know, like trips, you go down there and then you're there for a week and you're just kind of looking. I don't want to be doing that. So to me, it's best to just go there and set up shop. You know, that way you could see the area, get to know what it is. 6 months, and it's all business. 6 months, and you're getting yourself situated. And then you can start getting connected with the right people. And then boom, 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 find some property, and then you get things situated. To me, that's the best course of action. GA got that traffic. Oh, anybody that drink New York City water, you got to be out of your mind to do that. Arizona is boiling hot, fam. Arizona is boiling hot, fam. That's the 109 degree temperature. Anybody that drink the water in New York City right from the sink gotta be crazy. I never did that, bro. That water is death. Yeah, I was thinking NC because like I need a balance. You know what I mean? Arizona heat is dry heat. Nah, it's too hot. Too hot. Not only that, I would have to buy a whole new wardrobe. You would have to literally buy a whole new wardrobe just being down there. Miami, too loud. Too loud. Miami is like, it's just too loud. It's like too much activity going on. For some of you, y'all might like that, but we're talking about family-orientated environments. You know what I mean? North Dakota. Well, I'm looking for a 5-bedroom house. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. What exactly are you guys doing? Because we all got our issues, we all got our things that we got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? That's why you have to be positive and don't allow circumstances to bring you down. That's why you got to be proactive and think outside the box so that you can build and go do what you need to do. Right? The only thing on my mind is a house. That's it. That's the only thing on my mind. I'm not thinking about anything else. That's the only thing on my mind right now. Let me see that. Copy, paste this so I can look up this. And see, the problem when doing all of this stuff is the amount of research. It's so time consuming. Let me see, where'd it go? Oh. It's time consuming. Because you know how it is when you want a process to be done overnight, but you got to go through all of this red tape, all this different stuff. It's just too much stuff. And see, this is why as a people, as a nation, we really have to come together and really build. Because a lot of us are in so many different situations. And because we don't have the education and the understanding of various things, it takes a while in order for things to come to fruition. Yeah, I'm going to look it up at Lost. Yeah, I'm going to look it up and see. Because literally, like when I tell you, like I'm literally ready to just pack up and just bounce tomorrow. That's how serious it is. Like, it kind of remind me of the day that I knew I was leaving the job. You know what I mean? Like when the pandemic was happening, and and I knew the job was going to pretty much get rid of me because I didn't take the thing. I can recall there was a moment where, see, before I actually left, we were going through the whole process of trying to get exemption letters. We were trying to get exemption letters to, I guess, give us the exemption so that we didn't have to take the damn pointy thing or whatever that mess is, right? And we did all of it, you know. We went and we got the paperwork. I did what I had to do, but at the same time, the agency rejected everything from me and my other coworkers. They rejected all of our paperwork exemption letters. They never honored it. And I can recall while we were literally waiting, it bought us 2 months before they let us go. So for 2 months, we still had our jobs. And I can recall during that entire time, it gave me a lot of time to think. But before the pandemic happened, there was a moment I can recall me walking around the office, and I'm looking around the office as I'm walking, and I'm like, I don't belong here no more. I don't belong here no more. And I remember telling my coworker, I was like, yo, fam, I'm leaving. He was like, what happened? I was like, I don't belong here, man. I got to move on. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm going to quit. What? You kidding me? I'm going to quit. I'm done. It was one of those kind of feelings where you just knew it was time to go. Have you ever had that feeling where you were at a job and it was just that one day and you was like, I'm done. It's time for me to move on. I could do better. You didn't know what you were going to do. You didn't know how you want to get wherever you had to go, but you knew enough is enough. I got to move on. And I got to take the risk. And that's how it was. That's how it was during the time of the pandemic before they got rid of me and my other coworkers. We knew that we were at the end and we had to make a decision. And I didn't felt no way about leaving. Everybody else was upset that I was leaving. They was like, yo, bro, we need you, bro. Like, yo, the job ain't gonna be the same without you, man. Like, yo, don't do that, man. You giving up the bread, man. Man. I was like, yo, bro, I gotta move on, man. I'm just not feeling right here. Have you ever been at a job where the job was bringing you down? Now, the job where I was at, it wasn't bringing me down. But I knew in order for me to advance to the next level, I had to leave. I knew I had to leave. A lot of you may have experienced that where in order for you to get to point A to point B, you have to leave something. There has to be a sacrifice. You can't have both. You know what I'm talking about, guys. And you had to give up one thing in order to get the next. That's where I was at. Because I love the job. I love the job that I had. I love the job. At the same time, I knew in order for me to get my family, because again, in my mind, I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about my family's best interest. See, when you have children and you have a family, something else happens within you. You stop thinking about yourself and you start to think about, how can I make better opportunities for my family? Not me. See, I don't care what happened to me. I really don't. I just feel that my job is to get my family into a better situation. Does that make sense? So I knew it was time for me to leave that job. And that's when the pandemic situation happened. And then when they said, oh, you got to get the X, Y, and Z, I knew at that point I was going to get exactly what I said I was going to get in terms of leaving. So when they rejected the exemption letters, I was like, it's only a matter of time. And I remember I was walking around the job and I'm looking around and I'm like, wow, I'm actually leaving. It's actually happening now. That's how I feel right now with New York. Same feeling. I feel it like it was just yesterday. Like it's time to get out. And it feels good. But now if I continue to stay, I'm not going to feel good. You know? That was a sign from the Most High. I believe everything that's happening right now concerning my situation, even though if I was to get into various details about it, which I ain't going to go into, I believe that it's really the Most High that is trying to push me elsewhere. Because it's starting to look like that. You know? And sometimes that's how the Most High would do things. He'll cause you to go through things and experience different turbulence because he's trying to get your attention. And then if you're not listening, he starts to pull the plug on different things. Like a chair, he'll pull one of the legs off to the point where you got to hold the chair. And now you're looking around like, yo, where the leg at? Then he'll pull another leg. And now you're holding both up the chair. He's really just wanting you to get up. He's really just trying to let you get up. But you don't want to get up. And that's how it be in relationships. Sometimes you don't want to get up. Sometimes you could be with somebody and they're not going nowhere. And it's bringing you down. You could be with a man and he's bringing you down. You could be with a woman, he's bringing you down, and you're not going nowhere. Sometimes you just got to leave because it's like, I'm not going nowhere with this situation. See, with me, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys feel the same way, I don't like nobody telling me what I got to do. I don't like nobody telling me what I got to do, how I got to do it. And sometimes, as a man, you got to get to the point where you get fed up and say, you know what, I'm going to take matters into my own hand and just do what I got to do. That way I could be out of that situation where nobody can't tell me what to do. You know what I mean? I don't like nobody telling me what to do or how it needs to be done or what rule I got to follow. I don't like stuff like that. To me, it's oppressive. You know? So things in life will happen to ruffle your feathers to get you to start to take action. So when it comes to situations like this, you got to know how to take actions. That's why I did this particular live stream. Now, again, we did a video for about, 26 minutes or somewhere around there about the same topic. Make sure you check out that. But in this one, I wanted to go a little deeper because I know when I go live, I tend to be a little more transparent and I begin to talk about various different issues that people might be going through. Like I could be talking about myself, my own current issues, and some of you might be listening and be like, dag, bro, I'm going through the same thing, man. That's crazy. Well, that's the whole point of being transparent. See, I'm not like content creators that act like they're famous and they're just perfect, never go through anything, never have any issues. I don't ever portray that. I don't do that. I'm not fake. You know what I mean? Because if you were to run into somebody in the street and they recognize you, you don't want to be fake. You want to recognize, you want them to know that you've been real the whole time. So if they were to meet you in the street or wherever, they're like, oh, snap. Yo, Ringo is real. Oh, snap. Yo, he wasn't lying. Yeah, I don't have no business to lie. That's how you relate to people. But a lot of times you got creators that they put on a show and they try to mimic themselves as ultra successful, ultra this, ultra that, and they're lying to their people. Don't do that, because if you do that and people believe that you're this and that, and then for some reason something really happened in your life, it's going to all come out that you were a fraud the whole time. You know? It's crazy. Let me see. See, the thing is, I'm reading your comment. Chef said, I would move to somewhere you have contacts and some land so you can grow your own food and have a community to integrate with. That would be ideal. But what we're talking about here is reality. No disrespect to you. I agree with your comment. That's ideal. That would be the goal. At the same time, we're dealing with reality. In reality, people got problems. In reality, people got to get finances together. In reality, people have to do some footwork. They got to do this. They got to do that. They just can't go out and get some land. And, it sounds good, but let's just be real. Like, you got to get land. That costs money. Then you got to get contractors. That costs money. Then you got to get permits. You got to get attorneys. You got to get this. Fam, people just want to live. Those are the kind of things you do once you build yourself up to a certain level and you have established something. Then you can start to focus on those things. Until then, you need to have an environment by which you can have peace. Because if you're not at peace, you're going to be stressed out. You see? So the most important thing is putting yourself and your family in a position where you're at peace. Once you're at peace, now you can start steadily moving up into where you need to go. And then you can start to say, well, you know what? We're going to connect with the brothers and do this and do that and X, Y, and Z. And before you know it, we could start putting our resources together. But the primary goal is you have to be in a comfortable situation. Your family got to be in a comfortable. If you're not going to go nowhere. You're going to be stressed out. And for a lot of us, if we really admit, a lot of us may be in situations where we're not really happy. You have to be honest with yourself. Can't be faking the funk. You got to be honest. That's the only way you're going to be able to have results. That's the only way you're going to be able to cope with what you got to do. For some of you, it may be getting a better job or moving out of a city or finding a better relationship or, relocating. I don't know. But we have to locate that by being honest. So having land and that's ideal, but people just don't have it to the point where that comes overnight. It sounds good on paper, but we're dealing with reality. In reality, people got family, they got kids. Do any of you know what it's like to have a family and have kids and you got to move around with them? See, if you're a man and you're single and you're by yourself, then it's easy for you to just say, you know what? I'm going to get up and go take a flight and go do what I need to do. That's easy. You're by yourself. But when you got kids, when you got a wife, when you got family, you got responsibilities and different things, that's more people. So it's not a simple task to just get up and just go. It's not that simple. Reality is you got to get things organized. And that's why my process when it came to getting the house is taking way longer, because it's one of them things of trying to find out where I want to be. And there's so many different locations. And I got everybody in the chat, they'll say, come on here, come over here. Nah, Ringo, you need to go over there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's so many different suggestions. It's like, you don't know which one to go to. And the only way to really secure a house is to be in that state. You need to be there. You need to smell the air, breathe. You need to travel around, get accustomed to where you're at. That way you can know, if that makes sense. So to me, the best course of action is to rent a property, rent a house. That way you're in the house. And now you got out of the environment that you wanted to escape. Because like I said, a lot of y'all may not understand this. I know Rollo know this. Rollo talks about this all the time. Any of you listen to Rollo's videos, he's constantly telling you, see, Rollo is one of those guys that I respect because he's a survivor. He's one of them kind of guys that the Most High is with him. I know the Most High is with him. I just got a bunch of chills. A bunch of them, bro. It's crazy. I know. He knows that too. But the point is, he's a survivor and he's been surviving for so long. And it's like, he knows what I'm talking about. I chop it up with him behind the scenes. I chop it up with New Breed behind the scenes. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm chopping it up with you guys and ladies. But he knows what I'm talking about. You just know that you got to do what you need to do. Because if not, you're not going to be at peace. I mean, even my wife noticed. You know what I'm saying? She even noticed. Like the other day we went out and she could see it on my face that I'm fed up with this area. Fed up with the whole state. Want to get out. And only those who know what I'm talking about understand. You're not going to be at peace till you leave. And I have it all planned. Like once we move out, I have it all planned and figured out because I see it. It's the solution. I see it clear as day. We're going to get the house rental because that's the goal, is to rent a house. They got them for rent all over the place. All you got to do is just apply credit. My credit is 800 and something. I'm already in there. I ain't worried about that. But once we get out, the level of content I'm going to be able to make. Now, some people might say, but you're giving up the studio. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. The issue is not giving up anything. You have to give up something to move. And once you move into a rental property, obviously you're renting the place. So, you know, it's a little different. I'll be able to set up shop. But the real goal is to be in another environment so I could get my mind right. Because a lot of us, we talk about, like, I don't like using these terms like therapy and mental health and all that type of stuff. But there's some truth to that. If you really think about it, there's some truth to that. Because a lot of times you could be in a situation where it's affecting you. And you got to get out of that environment in order to really think. Sometimes things can trigger you because of the environment you're in. You might be at your job and every time you're there, you find yourself getting triggered. And it's like when you leave, you're good. Well, that's the problem. The problem is the job. You got to get out of that job. The job is toxic. You can have a manager, a supervisor that's really getting on your nerves. And every time you're around them, you're like, your coworkers are looking at you like, bro, you good? And you're like, bro, I don't know. I'm not coming to work tomorrow, man. They could see the stress. What's affecting you? Your job. That's why you got to get out. And it's messing with you internally, and it can really be catastrophic. Like, you really got to take heed to that. So my solution with me is I got to get out of the state completely to be free. Now, in my mind, you can't see all the things I go through or see on a daily basis. But in my mind, once I get out and move into another area, me personally, I'm going to be at peace. And then that will be able to give me the ability to take my content to another level, take my creativity to another level, and also establish different things in terms of actually purchasing my own property. Because until you have your own property that is your own, you're not free. You get what I'm saying? Like, if that makes any sense, put a 1. You're not free. So in my mind, as of now, I don't feel like I'm free. You see what I'm saying? I don't feel free. I feel like I'm captive. So it's like, in order to be free, I gotta exit. And I gotta take the risk. And I gotta jump ship and not be afraid. And through all of the different experiences that I faced in life, I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid to fail. I'm not afraid of failure or if this goes bad. I mean, what else could go bad? You get what I'm saying? So it's like once you get to that point, you have so much confidence. Right? So That's why I talk about these things, because I know that there are people out there that face different issues. And if they can relate through my stories, it will help them significantly. Rather than listening to content creators that just feed you a bunch of lies. They're not real with you. They're not transparent with you. They act like they're perfect and better than everybody. I don't do that. I don't do that one bit. You know? But it is what it is. So when it comes to this topic, because I know I'm talking about different issues, not only my own issues, but I'm talking about relationship issues. This is why having solid relationships is very important, especially for us brothers, because we're trying to lead and we're trying to build. And this is why having women that understand what a man needs is so important. Because a lot of times you ladies keep thinking that all men want is just to sleep with you. No, some guys, they just need your help in terms of companionship, conversation, understanding how to be an assistant in what he's doing. That way, things can flow. And I don't think women understand that. And instead, they give their assistance to their job. They give their assistance to their supervisor. And it's so funny that I remember that, because throughout this live stream, there was a particular part where I said, put a 1 in the chat if you want to know what women do. And now I'm answering it after all that time. Women literally give their helpmate ability to the job they work at. They don't give that service to a man. They assist in building up the company, making the company get rich, making the company make millions of dollars. But when it comes to a relationship with a man, they don't think they need to assist him. And another thing that I realize that I am not only learning, but have understood, is that the Most High have a way of pushing you. He have a way of pushing you in the direction he want you to go, because he's really trying to put you in position to do what is needed. And sometimes we procrastinate. We can't allow ourselves to be procrastinating when the Most High is trying to push us where we need to go to. You cannot be afraid. See, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid. I don't care about anything, because I know where I'm going, and I see the end result. I see the end. I know where I gotta go. I see the end. And you're trying to figure out the exact place to go. Like, you know, you got the directions, you know, you heard from the Most High on what you got to do, but you don't want to make the wrong decision. So you got to go with where your heart is telling you to go. That's why I ask questions. I chop it up with the brothers behind the scene. Hey, where do you think would be a great place for me to go? Hey, what do you think this? What do you think of this place? What do you think of that place? You know, to get some suggestions from people, because it's very difficult. It is very difficult to relocate with an entire family. It's not easy. It is not easy, man. It's a very big challenge. And people think that it's something you could just get up and just go do. It's not. It's not something you can just get up and go do. But for me, I'm in a situation now where I have to do that, because it's at a breaking point where I had enough. And I am tired of the nonsense. I'm tired. And that's how it is in relationships. Sometimes you got to get tired. If it's not going nowhere, if the relationship is not going to the next level, it's time to end that relationship. You know, you got to just go, because it's toxic. You're not happy in the relationship. It's just like you could be in a relationship with someone and not be happy, but you're in a relationship. You could live in a certain city and not be happy, and yet you're still there. You get what I'm saying? But you got to keep working towards it. Like, if I was to ask you, are you happy? Most people are programmed to say, yes, I'm happy. If you were to ask me, Ringo, you happy? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. See, that's me being honest with you. But can you be honest with yourself? Because happiness is based upon comfort as well as security and pleasure, or whatever the case is, whatever. But it goes deeper than that. Happiness is based on, in my opinion, purpose. And sometimes when you're in an environment you don't want to be in, there's no way for you to really be truly happy because you're not where you want to be. So in order to be happy, you have to get to where you need to be. That's the only way. And it's like that with relationships. You know? Now, Ringo said he's not happy. It's gonna be okay, bro. Don't worry. I'm just being honest with you. But my point is, I do these things and I say these things because I want you to be real with yourself. Because we live in a world where everybody's fake. No one's real anymore. Everybody's wearing a mask. I don't like wearing masks. I don't like wearing that. I don't do that. I'm straight. That's why people can listen and they can relate, and I can get them through their day and whatnot. But it's something, man, that you really got to think about. If you apply these things, it can affect you in every walk of life. You know? Is the woman you're with really helping you? Is she really helping you? Or is she bringing you down? Because a lot of times you could be with a woman, she's not helping you. She's not doing anything for you. And it's like, what's the point of you being here? You could be with a man and he's there and you're doing all the work. You're paying all the bills and he's home playing PlayStation and you're like, why am I putting up with this? Why am I dealing with this? It makes no sense. You got to be working together for the goal, especially for the children, especially for the family and the future generations. These are things that is very important. So that's pretty much what I am going to do. What are you going to do? Let's continue listening to the tape so we can get more.
And that's all I pray and I wish, that you can recognize that atonement in that holy instant to where you realize that love is all there is. That fear is just an illusion. Fear stands for false evidence appearing real. And once you all realize that, your Father's Day will be every day. You will have women that will serve you and kids that will love and adore and respect you. Find it within and heal, kings. Please, we need you.
Again, all of that sound nice, what she said, but in reality, are women really providing that for the man that they're with? The answer is no. And a lot of ladies don't realize a lot of the stress that a lot of brothers deal with when it comes to trying to build, lead, provide. It's a lot that they got to deal with. A lot of you guys that are listening right now, you work, you struggle, you deal with different issues, and you don't have no one to talk to about those issues. A lot of you guys, believe it or not, even you ladies, you deal with issues and you don't have no one to talk about, no one to talk to about these issues you deal with. And you have them inside and it's building up. And you get around people, all you do is smile and smile. You can't be doing that. That's sick. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that, man. Because it's all locked in. It's hurting you. You got to talk about these issues. Talk about it. You know? Some of you got goals that you haven't accomplished yet. Go out there and start them goals. Start working towards them. Sacrifice. Make it your main priority. Make it your main priority. And don't be afraid to jump. Trust me, the Most High got you. Make it your priority to just jump into what he wants you to do. And don't look back. Because a lot of us are afraid of success. We're afraid to fail. We're afraid to win. Because we don't know if we have something to fall back on. These are the things that black folk have always been taught, that you got to make sure you have something to fall back on. Fall back on the Most High. Fall back on the Most High. Don't fall back on something old. Moving forward is always better. You're not losing by moving forward. There's so much to life that we're missing out on because we refuse to do what is necessary to increase and better ourselves and our current situations. So when it comes to the words of this woman, her words are empty and it's full of flattery. I'm not really impressed with women that flatter me with words. None of that stuff moves me. Because I look at women character, their actions. Their actions speak louder to me than some words. Any woman can say this, say that. None of that stuff moves me. This is why when you guys go into a woman's inbox and you're telling her she's beautiful, you're so beautiful, sister, bro, stop. She don't care. She hear that every day. It's cliche. That's how I feel when women try to speak highly of me and stuff like that. Like, in my opinion, it doesn't do anything for me. You know, like, of course, receiving a compliment here and there is okay. But for me, flattery, I don't like. Because I look at the actions of a woman. If a woman is true, she's a part of what you do. Everything else is uncivilized. Everything else is a waste of time. If somebody is really rocking with you, they rock with you. They're not just saying it. You know? So, it is what it is, man. Damn, I've been on that time, 3 hours and 32 minutes. But that's good, though, because within all of that time, we spoke about a lot of issues. But if I can close, I want to talk about the fact that her words are empty, full of flattery, how men really feel. Us brothers feel like we're not wanted by our women. We feel like we're not respected. We feel like our women don't see us as men. They see us as children in whom they need to take care of. And I think that this came through feminism and through women feeling that they have been liberated. They figure they're better than you. They're educated. They're getting degrees. And it's to the point now where men feel as if though their women have turned their backs on them. And it's in the sense of we're unable to build anything. We're unable to build. We hear all these videos online. We look at different content. But if you really be honest, a lot of guys, this is how they feel. They really feel as if though their women are not interested in building family. They're not interested in respecting their men. They're only interested in getting money, getting a bag, and boasting about how much money they got. It's really counterproductive to the goal of family. It's toxic. It's like, as a man, you're supposed to be attracted to women. But imagine being in a world where you're attracted to women, but everything that's being promoted is men being attracted to men. Did you get it? Because a whole host of information went right over your head. You're a man. You're supposed to be attracted to women. You're supposed to desire women. But you're in a world where they're constantly bombarding you with men wearing a dress, men being attracted to men, women being attracted to women, and they're just flooding your mind with all of this stuff. Imagine that. It becomes a toxic environment. That's how it is with relationships. With relationships, there's supposed to be a natural connection between a man and a woman, where a woman have a need to be with a man and she know her role is to be a helpmate, and the man know his role to take care of his woman, children, and provide. That's supposed to be a natural thing, but it's unnatural now. It's to the point now where a man can be attracted to a woman, approach the woman in good faith, but the woman have an unnatural hate for the man, where she see his approach as thirsty. She don't see his approach as he really like her and want to get to know her. She don't see that. She see you just want to hit it up. So now her mindset is not focused on the man's character, his well-being. She's focused on how much money he make. Do he have a house? Do he own a car? These are typical things a lot of people always want to know about somebody. Do you have a car? Do you have this? Do you have that? And it's like, these are all unnatural impulses that people be having, where they just want to know. It's like, so that's how you define success now? I got to have that in order to be with you? I mean, if I have all of those things, what's the purpose of me being with you? If I have a house, a car, this, that, and I have all these material things, me getting with you as a man, what exactly are you bringing me now? What are you bringing me? All we can do is just sleep around. That's it. And that's where most of our relationships are, where we just get with women to sleep with them. That's where it is with a lot of women. They get with different guys, they sleep with them, and that's it. You know? They sleep with different guys, and that's about it. So consequently, the majority of relationships in today's day is just sexual. You know? That's pretty much where it is. We have no concept of relationships. We don't know what it means. Because here's the thing. If you're a woman and you already established your life, a man built up himself, he established his life. What is there to build now? You have no desire to build anything because you figure you got your own. You're just waiting for the man to cheat on you so you can go about your way. And likewise with the guy, he's waiting for you to act crazy so he could just bounce. And in the process, the powers that be is laughing because we're not building generational wealth. The goal of a man, woman, or a man and more than one woman is to build family, generational wealth, businesses, empire. And it's something our people sadly don't understand. You cannot build an empire if you're just with one woman trying to build. You're not building anything. You can build but so much, but it's not going to go pretty far. Men of other cultures and other nations trust and believe they have multiple wives, multiple women. These are things that are happening right now. But no one talks about it because it's kept hidden. They want us to focus on monogamy to keep us dumbed down and blind while they are reproducing, building generation. Think about this. Imagine you're a guy, you got 3 wives, and each of them got pregnant for the first 5-6 years. Think about how many children you have, how many offsprings you have. You and your wives developed a business. It's very successful. Your children are now raised up. Now you have all of these sons and daughters. They now got involved in the business. They have expanded the business. Your business is worldwide. You have different branches of your business. You have all these sons, all these men raised up in the business. You just created generational wealth in 6 years. And this is the frustrating thing about this, is that I just shared this with you. I just gave you the blueprint, and it still went in the air, went out. Because we're trying to establish the American nightmare, not a dream, the nightmare, by practicing monogamy, which is not getting us nowhere. You know? People mad at Nick Cannon. But look at him. He's building. Successful, and all the women that he got, they're all happy. And they're all living good. And while they're living good, you ladies are online talking about Nick Cannon. You're online talking about Nick Cannon and all of his women and all his children he's making as if though he's a horrible person. When he takes care of everybody and he's doing what he got to do. I don't get it, fam. Anyway, y'all, I got to get out of here, man. I'm going to go take care of some business and do what I got to do, man. So, y'all take care. Have a blessed day. You know what I mean? Peace and blessings to everybody in the chat. Everybody out there on a 9-to-5 grind, doing what they got to do. You know what I mean? I want to do something new because it's something that's been bothering me for a minute. And I want to implement it now, right? When it comes to shouting out Cash Apps, what I'm going to do is shout out your name. I'm not going to shout out how much you gave. Now, the reason for that is privacy. It's something that I see all over social media. Everybody does it. We salute everybody for supporting the show, and we always showing what they gave or how much they gave and all this other stuff. And I realize you have some people that literally sit in the background tallying up how much people gave you. And I don't like that. I don't like the idea of doing a show and then even the powers that be is sitting out there like tallying up what you got. I don't think that's a good thing. So I'm going to change that up. So what I'm going to do is, if you support the show, I'm going to shout your name out, not what you gave, right? Because what you gave is actually private. And I don't feel it's nobody's business to know what you gave me. You know? I mean, we try to do that to acknowledge the folks who support the shows, but at the same time, it's actually a security risk. If you really think about it, it's nobody's business. Because if you support, you support. Now, by me shouting out your name, that's good. But to be shouting out what a person gave every single time, that's not good. And that's been bothering me for a minute. And I'm like, why every time I say this, or like when I read out the Cash Apps, it's like it cringes my spirit every time I'm sharing how much somebody gave. Because here's the thing. Sometimes you might have somebody that gave more than others. And sometimes, you know, people who gave less may feel like their giving is not enough because somebody else gave more. But really, all of your support and contributions is supporting the work that we do here. And I don't want nobody to feel like, oh, your contribution is nothing. You know, you might give $3 and might feel like, ain't much. No, it's a lot because it matters. Because you may have given $3 and you didn't even have it. You get what I'm saying? You probably need the $3. Or maybe that's all you can give at this point. So for you, that's a lot. You get what I mean? For you, that's a lot. For somebody else, they might say, hey, here's $50 or here's this. That's because they have more. But for you, $3 is probably the most you could do. That's valuable in your eyes. And I respect that. You know? Some people support and they got things they got to do. And they still rock with me to support me. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, this is what I'm going to do. So when you support via Cash App, I'm going to shout your name. I'm not going to shout what you gave. If you support via the super chat, right? Now, this is what I'm going to do. I said I'm not shouting out super chats, but at the same time, I have to always compromise because of the changes. My preferred method for you to support is Cash App. If you choose to use the super chat, understand YouTube takes 30 to 40% of what you give. So if you want to give YouTube 30 to 40% of your money, that's your prerogative. To me personally, if you use the super chat, it's more or less to make your comment stand out in the chat. But what I'm going to do, if you support via the super chat, I'll shout out your name. But I'm not going to read your comment. You get what I'm saying? So unless it's necessary, I may read your comment, but there's no guarantee that I would do that. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is because I made another change. So I got to give back something. I can't just take everything away. You get what I mean? Because people that support the show, you have to acknowledge them. You know what I mean? It's a small thing. It's not hard to do that. I just feel personally that, shouting out Cash Apps in terms of how much money people gave you is a bad idea. Maybe other creators may soon adapt to that, but me personally, I don't think that is something anybody should be doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody should be telling everybody, oh yeah, after I did this show, let me shout out the Cash Apps. Oh, Cash Apps totaled $875. Now you got everybody counting your pocket. Like, okay, he made this, he made that, you get what I'm saying? It's one of them type of things that I don't like. I don't like that. Ringo, you still gonna put content on your YouTube Streets channel? Maybe in the future, once I get out of New York. Now, the reason why I took down all the content over there is because I wanted to get out of the controversy of talking about other YouTubers in a way where it's sort of like we beefing or whatever the case is. I don't really like that type of stuff. That's why I shut it down. Like I was making videos about Tommy, videos about Danica, Six the Goddess. Like I don't got no beef with them, fam. You know what I mean? I don't want to be doing stuff like that. It's counterproductive. It's like they're also in the space just doing their thing, doing content. I don't want to keep making content where it's like I'm just like I'm beefing with people. To me, that's not cool. You know what I mean? Because as you grow and mature doing your content, it's like you start to see the bigger picture. Like we all work at the same place. You know what I mean? Like we're all at the same office building working. So you don't want to be arguing with people and, because I really don't have beef with these people. Sometimes you have disagreements or sometimes you might be cracking jokes. You know what I mean? Like I was roasting Six the Goddess and Danica at times, but I really don't got no beef with them. You know what I mean? They cool. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They roasted me before. You know what I mean? But I don't got no beef with those ladies. I don't got no beef with Tommy, even though I cursed them out and but I really don't got no beef with these people. I'm trying to do things at a greater level because you never know. You never know who you may end up working with one day. You never know what level you're going to get to, and you're going to cross paths with people. So you don't want to have all those bridges burned down, even though we burned down a lot of bridges. Created enemies in the space and whatnot, but I'm really not trying to be nobody's enemy. I'm a family man. I'm about business and so forth. I don't want to be looked upon as the villain. So that's why I took down all the videos from the YouTube Streets channel. And if I were to put any content over there, it would be a little more productive, something that benefits the community. Not nothing just to entertain people with drama. It would be more or less stuff that is about, I guess, going on in the world, something dealing with like celebrities or stuff like that that have nothing really to do with other creators in the space. That way, you know, there's no drama. I know from time to time y'all love drama. I know y'all love the drama, but I don't think that that's productive. That's why I took all of that stuff and I deleted all of those videos. You know what I mean? That's pretty much that. I have to put content on the Ringo TV Raw channel. I haven't been there in a long time. My apologies to everybody over there. It's just that there's a lot that I deal with, a lot that I got to organize. Like I said, man, once I get out of New York, it's going to be content like never before. I promise you, it's going to be content like never before. The thing about New York and the situations that I'm in, I'm unable to do what I really want to do the way I want. That's what I'm trying to show you. And it's limiting the amount of content I can push out there. So once we get out, then it's going to all change. You know? Once we get out, it's going to all change. You're going to see the difference. Trust and believe that. You're going to see the difference. You're going to be like, man, bro, you put out 30 videos today. Because I feel good. I'm trying to show y'all. Like I said, fam, I don't tell everybody everything that's going on with me because that's my business. You know what I mean? But I try to keep things transparent with you enough where you can be like, you don't even have to explain nothing, bro. I feel you. You get what I'm saying? Because we all go through things. You know what I mean? I'm human, just like you. If you were to run into me in the street, I'm going to greet you and chop it up just like I'm talking right here. There's people in New York who ran into me, and they probably thought I was going to be on some old leave me alone, get out of here. And I chop it up with them in the streets. It is what it is. So yeah, I can't wait. Listen, I just can't wait to go get the truck. I can't wait, fam. I mean, I'll just hire a trucking company to, you know, move all my stuff because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, man. Nah. Be riding down the street with your whole studio in your truck. That's crazy, man. They be like, yo, that's Ringo. He's in the truck. Get him. You said you going to Texas? I don't know. I'm still deciding, but I want to get out immediately. I literally want to get out within this month. Literally. Just pack and leave. But I got to find a location. I just want to go. I don't care about anything anymore. Because I'm not at peace the way I need to be. And New York, there's so many things going on, especially with this migrant situation, man. It's like, it's causing so much problems. It's like, it's sick. And it's preventing me from really being who I am creatively. You know? So, that being said, we're going to have more content later. I'm going to do what I got to do. I got to get more into preparation of how I'm going to do what I need to do because, you know, once you transition, man, you know, I got to have an influx of content. I got to do this. I got to do that because, you know, there's a period of time when you're not doing. I mean, I'm going to still be doing content on the road. Matter of fact, the entire process of us relocating is going to be, it's going to be content. It literally is going to be content. So there's going to be content to be made. So that's going to be fun. And, yeah. Looks good. Yeah, it's a migrant crisis in New York right now. And it's causing a lot of people a lot of problems. It's like life in New York is just, like I said, it feels like you're in a third world country. Literally. And they passing all these new laws that is making it very difficult for people to be here. A lot of people are leaving. You know? So yeah. So we're gonna get up on out of here. Y'all stay safe. Do what y'all gotta do. And that's about it. Let's see what we got. Kind of read in the chat. See what everybody's saying. Oh, I don't have the video stream on. I think somebody said they got to run it back. I don't got the video stream on DVR. I have it on non-DVR where you can't rewind it. You can't rewind it. Yeah, you can't even carry a gun in New York. That's what's crazy. That's crazy. You have a family, you're supposed to be able to bear arms. And it's not about being no gangster or nothing like that, but to have a whole family and whatnot, you should be able to bear arms and do X, Y, and Z. So it's just really bad. Okay, so let me shout out these Cash Apps real fast. Like I said, we're not shouting out the amount. We're just shouting out your name. You know what I mean? That way you got acknowledged, and that's that. Because I don't feel it's anybody's business what you support or what you gave. It's nobody's business. Yeah, fam. Like I said, if I tell you all the BS that I deal with, man, it'll surprise you, man. Like the level of where people would go and the things that people would do, where they would literally send you messages and tally up. You made this in this video, people gave you, and I'm like, really? Like, who sits around doing stuff like that? Some crazy people, bro. That's why I'm not doing that. So let me see what we got here. Shout out to, and see, here's the thing. When I do shout out people names, and I'm only shouting out the first name, because I don't want to put out your whole name like that. But when I do shout out the names throughout my shows, when I shout people out, you're gonna get accustomed to these names, and you're gonna realize, wow, so and so really support Ringo's show all the time, because you get accustomed to the name. I'd rather you get accustomed to the person's name than get accustomed to how much they gave. That way you know who the real supporters are behind the scenes that's doing whatever they got to do. So, yeah. All right, so shout out to, let's see what we got here. Make sure I don't forget nobody. Okay. Shout out to Judah, Corey, Caramel Kimmy Kim, Revolutionary Loss, appreciate you, Trey, Geraldo, Rallo, a sower of seed, Renita, Daniel, Crappy Slappy. I like the name, Crappy Slappy. Edward, Tanea, and Ant for your support. That actually feels better. Don't that feel better? That was different, right? That didn't feel different? I feel way different now. Wow. I shouted everybody out, and I didn't have to say what they gave. So now the people that pocket watch and do all of that secret stuff behind the scenes, now they mad. Feels better now. So, yeah. Wow, that made me smile. So, hey, y'all have a blessed day. It's Friday. We're alive. Condolences to everybody that may have lost a loved one that may not be here. I know you love them. Salute to all the workers out there on the 9-to-5 grind that are pretty much on their purpose. You know what I mean? All the ladies in the salons, all the beauticians. You know what I mean? The women in retail stores, clothing stores that have to deal with crazy customers. You're always asking them, excuse me, you need any help? And they have an attitude. You know, salute to all of y'all, man. Y'all doing what y'all got to do to survive, man. You know what I mean? All the mechanics, the good mechanics. The security guards, the doormen, you know, they got a rough job. You know what I mean? The security guards, doormen, they stand there all day. They deal with a lot of issues, man. So salute to you that have to do these titles, these positions. You know what I mean? All the brothers in Home Depot, Lowe's, salute to all of those folks. It's my favorite store. That's another thing. Wherever I go, there gotta be a Home Depot. That is important. I gotta write that down, fam. There better be a Home Depot wherever I'm at. I gotta have a Home Depot, fam. Gotta. I can't live in an area and it don't have a Home Depot. I'll go crazy. But shout out to all the workers out there, sanitation, all the bus drivers, the MTA workers, truck drivers, you know what I'm saying, police officers. Everybody that might catch my videos while they working, driving, you know, the teachers, the nurses, the local corner stores, bodegas, supermercado, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Everybody that's out there that's doing their thing, man. And also to the people that go to work and you really don't want to go to work because you're tired, you're dealing with a lot, you're stressed out, but you still find it in your energy to get up, to go. Salute to you, fam. Be encouraged, man. Like, I know what that's like, man. I know what that's like, fam, when you don't even want to go and you're dealing with BS and it's like nobody understands you and you have no one to talk to. That's why it becomes stressful. You're actually doing way more when it comes to dealing with this life, man. Just stay focused. I know it's stressful. It's a difficult thing to do, to give advice for people that are in that situation. It's very difficult because you don't realize the shoes that they're walking in. You just don't know. That's why I always say, y'all look at me and y'all see me here on camera and I'm doing my videos, and I was a little transparent in the video to kind of let you in on things I deal with. And that's what I'm saying. You don't know what people going through. You don't know. So always be mindful about that. Always be kind to others because you never know what kind of bad day somebody had. So just be cool, man. Be nice to people, man. So that's about it, y'all. We're going to get up on out of here. Salute to Lost Y'all for the membership. Appreciate you. Yo, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at Lost Y'all. He was like, yo, he was like, do the Puerto Rican. He was like, do the Puerto Rican voice, man. It's a mixture of Panamanian, Dominican, and Puerto Rican in one, because really they all sound similar. So, you know, I'm trying to put it together, man. I'm trying to put the skits together, man, because, like, I don't know what to say. But let me see. Putting me on the spot, man. I gotta think of something, man. Let me see. I gotta get off camera for a second. He got me busting out laughing, man, because I'm trying to figure out what to say. Wait, let me see. I try tell her, man. Hey, yo, papi. Hey, papi, you know, I come to the country. I try tell her. She no listen to me, man. You know, mi madre. I come to the country, mi madre. You know, she live a better life. Me and my brother, me, you know, my hermano, you know, and my primo, you know, my primo, he calling the policia on me. And I try tell him, he no listen to me, papi. He no listen. Hold on a second. Yo, hold on. I never did it this way. Hold on a second, man. I never did it this way, yo. This way is something new. Hold on a second.
I tried telling, man. He no listen to me, papi. You know. Hey, primo. Hey, papi, come to the counter and pay. Hey, no me pegue, papi. Hey, deja eso, suéltame. No hit me, man. No me pegue, papi, vete pa' allá. No do that.
Yo, this is crazy, yo. And you know, so funny, I did the voice changer, right? But the thing is, I don't even know, I can't really hear it. I have my headphones over here. I have my headphones here, but only y'all can hear the voice. So I pretty much did it, you know, freestyle. So y'all hear the voice change. I can't really hear it from the headphones area, but I know it probably sounds crazy. This is funny, man. Yo. But yo, that's how it really be in some of these stores, like in New York, right? You go to the store, like the Spanish store, sometimes it be like that. That's how they be talking, man. I even made a skit on my, whatchamacallit, my Instagram. I don't know if y'all ever seen this skit, man. Let me see if I can bring it up. I made a skit on my Instagram. Let me see if I can close it out with that, because it was funny. Let me see. Oh, I was making sure that we not muted. But I'm gonna listen to the playback of that little section there. But this is a skit that I did on Instagram. Let's see if you can hear this. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Wait.
Conscious music. No, ¿qué está haciendo, man? Hey, guapín, now everything cool? Everything cool, man. Everything cool, man. Hey, who that man over there in the corner, man? That man look like he's trying to rob something in the store, man. Hey, primo. Hey, primo, yeah, you. You have to hurry up, papi. You have to hurry up and get over the store, man. Come to the counter and pay, man. Come to the counter and pay. You know? My mother come to the country and she try to live a better life. You know, me and my familia, you know what I mean? So come to the counter and pay. You know, this young crazy, man. Tú lo la cabeza, man. Fucking maricón, man. This man crazy, man. Hey, primo. Come to the counter and pay the price, man. $2 for that thing there, man. Hey, yo, bro, you don't gotta be talking to me like that, you know what I mean? Everything cool, papi, you know what I mean? Everything cool. Hey, primo, me don't want no trouble in my store, you know? I don't want to call the policia on you, you know? I pay the price, I come to the
What in the world going on? It just stopped? Oh, it says keep watching.
country, I stay out of trouble, and, you know, you people, hey, Moreno, these people are crazy, man. People cause too much trouble, man. You know, I don't appreciate you coming at me like that, you know what I mean? You know, I could talk that Spanish shit too, you know what I mean? I talk that shit too. You a cuecón, you know what I mean? Cuecón? You call me a cuecón, you a maricón. That's what's wrong with you, man. Oh, so you speak a little Spanish too, right? You speak a little Spanish? Sí, sí, hablo un poco castellano, pero mi madre no habla español en la casa, so, you know, un poquito español, you know what I mean? No escuela, no practicar, you know what I mean? It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still from the streets, you know what I'm saying? I'm from the hood, you know what I mean? My mom's from Panama, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So I can understand your bullshit. Hey, primo, you don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble with you. So you have to understand Petty Place and get out the store, man. Get the fuck out the store right now. Don't let me go get my knife or get my gun or call my son. It is what it is. So make it right. Okay. Hola, mami. Hola, mami.
That's a song that I made. All right. That's crazy right there, fam. Anyway, so we're going to get up on out of here, man. That was good. I might do some more skits like that. You know. I try tell her, man, she don't listen to me, Papi. You know, I try tell her, I tell my wife, I like, look, I want me another woman. You know, I need another lady in my bed. But she pick up a knife and try kill me. She try kill me, Papi. I try tell her.
I try tell my wife that I need another wife, but she no listen to me, Papi. I try tell her. I need another woman in me bed. You know, mi amor. But she no listen, Papi. I go kill her, man. She come to the country. I bring her from Panama, but she no listen to me, Papi. Why she no listen? Why?
Let's get out of here, man. We getting too crazy now, man. So y'all take care. We'll be back later on. I got a lot of work that I got to do. I got a lot of work that I got to do. I don't know. Let me see. I might contact my cousin and do some skits, man. Might do that. See if he's interested in doing that. He's actually a comedian. Like my cousin, you know, Odhe, you know what I mean? He's a real comedian. He never got into the industry, but he could have made it as a comedian in the industry. If he would have did it from back in the day, he would have been one of the most funniest comedians ever. He was just that funny. Anybody that know my cousin, they would know what it is. He's very, very funny. You know what I mean? Like you'll start laughing, cracking jokes was so easy, man. And then it's like, this is how I know a lot of people be having talent and they don't use it. They don't use it, man. You think these comedians today is funny? Pfft, nah. You ask anybody, yo, y'all know George? Yeah. Is he funny? Yeah. Everybody know it. Everybody from the block, they'll tell you. Very, very funny and talented, man. So I might head over there by him one of these days, man. See what's up. Might get some video content. I bet you start laughing. I bet you start laughing, bro. He's that funny. And he's doing it without trying. That's the thing that's crazy about it. So we're going to get out of here. Y'all take care. Peace and blessings to everybody here. Oh, I think I heard some other Cash Apps came in. Let me make sure. Shout everybody out. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Shout out to Dwal. Shout out to Dwal for the support. Make sure I ain't forget no one. Yo, somebody had sent a Cash App, right? I'm not gonna say who it is, but it just made me bust out laughing, man. He said, for the house. Yo, I'm definitely gonna put that towards the house, bro. You know, it made me laugh because he put the house emoji there. So it's like, I'm gonna definitely put that towards the house, bro. that I just saw it there. I'm looking at the little house and it got the little, yeah, that's funny, man. But yeah, we're gonna take care of business, man. Let me see. Oh, shout out to, let me see, Ira Ricardo for the $10. Here I am. See, you see how I messed up? You see how I just messed? I'm so used to this. You see how I just messed up? Wow. Well, he already done know. $10 support. See how I'm so accustomed to making this mistake? Now I'm gonna have to now start catching myself, man. Shout out to Revolutionary Loss for the support. I gotta catch myself now. You see? Ricardo, you messed me up, man. I tried telling him, man. I tried telling him, he don't listen, Papi. I tried telling him, he don't listen to me, man. He don't listen to me. I went to the store and he don't listen to me, Papi. I tried telling him. Hey, come to the counter and pay, man. Hey, what happened to you, Lau? ¿Qué tal? Hey, ¿qué lo que, hermano? Hey, ven acá, Papi. Come over here, Papi. Hey, this is my primo, you know. What in the world am I doing, man? Anyway, y'all have a blessed day. We're coming back with more content. We're going to go live again. I'm going to get something to eat. To the people on the Ringo TV Raw channel, we're going to build it back up. The momentum dropped tremendously. Like I said, once we move out of here and I'm in a better place, a better position, and I'm out of this toxic New York, we're going to have content like never before. Trust and believe that. Especially when you have the house and it's a different environment and I'm able to go different places and do different things, you have more freedom. There's more, you feel more alive. And it's something a lot of people won't understand unless they're in that path that I'm on. You folks that been there and done that, you know what I'm talking about. So we're going to continue to do this content, but I got to get content on the Ringo TV Raw channel. So be on the lookout for that. I'm going to dedicate some time to get it. I'm not going to get distracted by a lot of the BS that I deal with. I'm not going to let that distract me, because it was doing that throughout the week. You know what I mean? If you notice, I haven't been doing much content. It's because of all the different issues. But I'm going to put all of that nonsense to the side and focus on this content. So y'all stay safe. Appreciate y'all coming through, doing what y'all got to do and whatnot. All the channels, man, the motovlog channel, like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on, fam. And people don't, it's like, you have to understand there's a lot of stuff going on. And it takes up a lot of your time. And you can't be everywhere at one time. And when you're in a better position, you're able to have things set to do what you need to do. And that's what I got to take care of. But in due time, everything will be sorted. I mean, even folks that are probably looking for my Patreon, you're probably wondering, where your Patreon at? I was on the Patreon. What's going on? I want to see if I can get that thing back, because I already told y'all what the situation was, where they had my account set as adult 18 plus. And the thing is, they had sent me something asking me to verify my age. And I'm like, why am I being told to do this? Come to find out, they think that my Patreon have corn on it. Adult content, when it don't. I don't have that kind of content on my page, but it's set and labeled as adult content. So this is probably what they think. So I've been waiting for Patreon to reach out to me through email. They haven't reached out to me in like 2-3 weeks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through with the age verification. I don't really mind doing it. It's just simply, you know, proving who you are. I don't mind. But I'm going to go through that so I can get the account back, so that people can, find the Patreon and support the work that we do. Because it's like not Twitter. I reached out to them on Twitter. They didn't respond. But Patreon do not read or respond to any messages. So if you have any problem with Patreon and you email them, they're not gonna respond to you. But it is what it is. Y'all take care. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. Have a blessed day. Don't let nothing distract you. No matter what you're going through, you're still alive and there's opportunity to grow. Just learn to hear from the Most High. He'll direct your path. No matter how cloudy it is, no matter how much distractions and you feel like you're at the end, believe in the Most High and trust in him. He's going to give you what you need to do. He's going to make it clear. Because a lot of times we have a cloudy road before us. We want to make sure that we can actually see clear, and only he can clear it up for us. So y'all be safe. We out of here. Ringo TV Reactions. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe. I'll catch you in the next video. Y'all take care. Peace and blessings. We out of here.
If you like our content, consider supporting via Cash App at $Ringo TV Raw. Become a patron on patreon.com for exclusive video content not shown on YouTube. You could also support through PayPal at paypal.me/Ringo TV Raw. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified of new content. Follow me on Instagram at Ringo TV Raw.
This is Ringo TV Reactions, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth 100% raw and uncut. I'm out. Peace.